Okay, so here we go. This is the full draft set review for the new set Aetherdrift. Today it's part two. We're going to be covering all 5 colors. It's going to be a bit of a marathon. So I use a Scuffle review system. That's me. I'm Scuffle. I give everything a rating on a scale of 1 to 10. A 1 is a card you should never play. A 2 is a card you should do your best not to play. A 3 is replaceable. A 4 is solid. 5s are strong. If you can get a deck of all 5s, that's a very good deck. A 6 is a card that you will always play in a given color or deck or archetype. A 7 is a card that pulls you into that color or deck or archetype. A lot of rares are 7s, not a lot of commons and uncommons are 7s. And 8 is a card that you will work to play, something you'll splash, something you'll change your deck or your draft for. A 9 says you're this color now. A 10 is a card you will always play. There's not a lot of 10s, but it's nice to know about them. I also give everything a floor rating. That's the worst a card will be. A ceiling rating. That'll be the best a card can be. And then the effort required to bridge that gap. That effort includes things like cards with diminishing returns, cards that only work with specific other cards around them, deck building requirements, situational requirements, sideboard cards. Your job as a drafter is to bring all those cards up to that ceiling as much as you can. And this specifically refers to pick order, how highly you should pick a card in relation to these ratings. Maybe you'll start blue-white in this set is affinity. A lot of cards will get better the more artifacts you already have. Conversely, you can pick a card with affinity for artifacts, and suddenly a lot of cards that are artifacts will go up in rating for you in your pick order. And then that will also apply to your deck building. So your goal is to get as high a value on your total deck as possible. This is being live streamed, but I do film this content specifically to be uploaded and to be a reference later. If you are just looking at some draft tips, skip around to the beginning of each colors where I will cover the general pick order of each type of card for each archetype and color pair. And then you can skip to the specific cards if you want to know how to make that card work in your deck. Since I am filming this, it's being live streamed and I'm filming it, I will address the comments between each slide. So if you think that I'm wrong about a card or that a card should have a different rating, then we'll talk about it. And either you'll convince me and my rating sheet will be more correct, or I'll convince you, and either way we'll learn something. But these ratings will all be going up on thegathering.gg. And I update these every week as new information comes in. This is to help you draft the way you draft, not a nebulous correct way. All right, so let's get started. We're going to start with black because black has a more centralized pool of cards than the other colors this time. Things that will go into more decks and have either like a very specific archetype that they're meant for with higher efforts, or will go into all the archetypes a little more cleanly. So first we've got green black dredge. Very generally you want to, that's graveyards. You care about your graveyards, you put cards into your graveyards, you take them out. This Broodheart engine is a good example. So you surveil every turn. That's reasonable fixing, but it also lets you put cards into your graveyard, and then it reanimates a creature or vehicle a little bit later. Generally, you need your card quality first. That is bombs or cards that really aid your given game plan. Things that are 2-for-1s, you need better cards for green black dredge to work. Then you need your removal, and then the payoffs, the cards that care about having things in your graveyard. If you have a lot of reanimation spells, that'll be your bigger creatures. The other black green signpost uncommon is a vehicle that cycles. This is an excellent card. And then your self mill. There's a lot of different ways to mill yourself in green black. Besides just the surveilling that's attached to a lot of different bodies and the cards that will mill you X number of cards and return something, there's also a ton of cards with cycling. So you can just cycle your creatures or vehicles to get them into your graveyard. It's a very much a mid-range archetype. The power in green-black is the ability to get ahead on board early, stabilize by playing threats above rate because your graveyard is full, and then grind out the game later. It can do both of those things pretty well, and you need to be prepared to switch gears when you play green black. Figure out how much your types matter. We're going to talk a lot about that when we get to green, but like types here means vehicles or vanilla creatures or mounts or just creatures. And they might not, but it's worth knowing how much they matter. It'll affect your pick order a lot. And then you need to know how you punch through. The giant creatures in Aetherdrift do not have trample. There's lots of ways to give them trample, but like your 6-mana 6/6 in this format doesn't trample. It might have menace or reach instead. So you need to figure out what you're doing to kill them. Up next, we've got blue black. So blue black is artifact control. It's really more artifacts than control, and you can figure out what that means to you. Because like maybe you are more tempo oriented and you're just trying to put them on the back foot until you kill them, or you're really locking down the game because you have the bombs to take over the late game. So first you need removal. You need a lot of removal for this archetype to work. So you need to pick it pretty high. Then you need your win condition. How are you ending the games? The signpost uncommon Haunt the Network is really bad if you don't have a ton of artifacts. If you have a ton of artifacts, is a very good way to make the game end, because 5, 6, 7, 8 life points swing on top of 2 Thopters 5 or 6 times kills them dead. Then you need card advantage. There's a lot of card advantage in this set, but it's not created equal. Pick the good card advantage high, and then you need your enablers, the things that make your win condition work. If you have Haunt the Network as your win condition, you need a lot of early artifacts that stick around. If you have a big bomb, you need to make sure that you are setting the stage for that bomb to actually win you the game, whether that's by deploying threats. If you're trying to win by just grinding value out by starting your engines, you need to make sure that you are planning to get your engines revved up. You have to weigh life gain against interaction, and what that really means is figure out what you need to kill and what you can just survive. You need to figure out what percentage of your deck needs to be removal, and you need to know your most impactful spells, because you can't know what enables your win con if you don't know what your win condition is. Black white. So black white is so it's built as attrition or like start your engines attrition by Wizards of the Coast. What black white really is all the mechanics shoved together in this format. It doesn't have as much of an identity. It does have a lot of very good cards. And in any archetype that doesn't have a real identity or game plan inherent to that archetype, you need to take your removal first. So it goes removal first, then payoffs, then figure out which direction you're leaning in. If you're leaning towards starting your engines, then you need to play the cards that aid that game plan. If you are leaning towards more attrition-y game plan where you're just picking up threats, recurring them, the other black-white signpost uncommon is a vehicle that reanimates, lean towards that. Make sure that you're providing yourself with enough card advantage. And then finally, card advantage. You always need the card advantage, but if you're an attrition deck, you need more card advantage. If you're a tempo-oriented deck that clears the way for your threats to win, then you need more 2-for-1s. Things like this Embalmed Descendant are a good way to go around them. You are looking for general value machines with black-white. You need to get the most out of every card, and then you need to pair your individual enablers with stall tactics. So black-white is the best at getting up to max speed inevitably. It doesn't happen for free, but you will get there. There's a lot of good bombs, and most black-white decks will start with the bombs. And then if you don't have bombs, there's a lot of engines you can assemble, but you need to know what you're playing towards. We're going to see black-white perform really poorly in the early days data-wise. I think that's because there is a trap of being a start your engines deck, having all these start your engines cards, but not being good at getting to max speed, or an attrition deck that isn't good at clearing threats. You really need to pick a direction for your black-white deck. So Viet2000 says, should you be more open to splashing white plus black leyline then? So this is just for draft. It's not going to help much with constructed, and we don't so we don't actually have ley lines. But black-white is good at splashing in the sense that it takes some time. You just need to make sure that you're interacting early, because this is a format where the early plays can just go over everyone. Just like, you can, if you're not playing to the board until turn 3 or turn 4, even if you're a control deck, you're going to lose, because the momentum, your opponent will already have the momentum, even if they're not an aggro deck. Momentum is very important in this set. Hey Gart, good to see ya. So I'm only answering questions between slides, but I will be answering questions. Finally, we've got red-black. This is the race archetype, not in the sense that it is... You're not racing traditionally. You're not racing in like, I have to kill you before you kill me. You're literally starting your engines and getting them up to speed. Red-black is the best at getting engines up to speed and the best at taking advantage of max speed. So first you need to take the good ways to start your engines. This is the best way to start your engines in the set, not counting rares. I haven't looked at all the rares yet. Then you need your aggression. That's ways to increase your speed, but also just generally above rate aggressive cards, ways to punch through. It doesn't necessarily have to be an aggressive creature. We'll talk a lot about those as we go through the black cards. Then you need your removal. You can take removal a little later, because red-black has, as a color pair, has the best removal out of any color pair by a kind of ridiculous margin. And then you need the bad start your engines cards. So it's so important. Like, if your engine, if you don't have your engine started by turn 3 or turn 4 in some situations, but if your engine isn't like, if you're not at max speed by turn 5, you're probably losing. If you're not starting your engines on turn 1, 2, or 3, then you're not going to be at max speed by turn 5 or 6. So you take your good start your engine cards really high, and then you start picking up your bad start your engine cards. And there's a lot of bad start your engine cards, like the 2 mana 2/1 artifact creature with max speed +2/+1. It's a 3/3. Like, that's a bad start your engines cards, but you still need that for red-black. This is a cool archetype. I think they kind of nailed it. This Thrill Seeker I'm highlighting as the most important card in red-black. This is the only card in the set, outside of potentially some rares, that starts you on speed 2. This is a 2 mana 2/3 that pings them when it comes into play. And because, so you can only, you start at speed 1, you can only increase your speed once a turn. This starts you at speed 2. It's the only card that does that. Oh, no worries, it's 2000. All right, so up first we have an underwhelming card. We're starting on the cards now, but Don, if you have the spreadsheet ready. Oh, all the cards on your spreadsheet are in alphabetical order and scroll and color coded. So you just kind of scroll through, click the drop down menus. If you miss cards, if you have any questions, just let me know. And I appreciate you, Don. And you don't have to do all of it. I wasn't planning for one person to sit here and do all of it, but if you do black, I really appreciate it. There are 2 good pingers, but there's not a lot of ways to ping opponents. This is one of the only ways to ping opponents. You can kill creatures with 1 toughness pretty easily, though. All right, our first card is Ancient Vendetta. This is pretty clearly a constructed card. It does have value as a sideboard card, because there are a few archetypes and a few bombs that you won't be able to kill. So being able to preemptively answer them is not worthless, but this is still not a good card. Like, this is an emergency sideboard card. Avoid playing it if you can. I gave it a 1 with a floor of 4 and a ceiling of, or with a floor of 1 and a ceiling of 4 with high effort. Like, you should never main deck this card in best of 1. It is a useful sideboard option in extreme situations, like exceptionally bad sealed pools. I'm just trying to say, this is not a good card. It is an emergency fail case out of the sideboard at best. This is a very interesting and not unreasonable constructed card. All right, back on track. So this is a reanimation spell that comes with a body. That means that if you're paying 5 mana to pick up a 5 mana anything, 5 or more mana anything, then it's good value. That's not a free thing to do. So I gave it a 4 with a floor of a 3 and a ceiling of 6, and then high effort. It should probably just be medium effort. I'm gonna go ahead and drop that effort to medium, but you need to put some work into enabling it. If you put in that work, it's very good. There are really good things to cycle that you can reanimate. There's a 7-mana 5/5 and a 6-mana vehicle that kills things when they both kill things when they come into play. If you have those, you cycle them, you put them back on track, and you get a pilot. The really nice thing about this card is there's a fundamental problem with vehicles that if they're the only thing you have in play, they're worthless cards. Like if a vehicle has nothing to pilot it, it's not going to do you any good. So picking up your vehicle and putting in something to crew it is very strong. So I gave it that ceiling of a 6. You have to put the work in to make it play at that ceiling of a 6. And if you get enough rares, it'll be at that ceiling of a 6. But it's not there by default. So I don't pick it too high. If this were like the Morning Surprise Ranger from OTJ, this set has a ton of corollaries with Outlaws of Thunder Junction. If this were 2 mana, raise dead, make a 1/1 pilot, it would be so good. It would be not quite first pickable, but as is, like, the only reason I don't want to first pick it is because I'm not guaranteed to have the things that make it work. Things aren't guaranteed to die in this format. That's going to be something that, like that's a weird thing compared to other sets. You are not guaranteed to be trading your 2s against their 2s. So it's not totally free that you will get a 5-drop back or that you will get a 7-drop back. You have to cycle it or discard it or mill it. Otherwise, this would have a higher rating, but it is a good card. It's just, I want to have those cards first. Carrion Cruiser. This one's just efficient. Like, things aren't guaranteed to die on your recursion. Ranger, this is the version of that card. This is a raise dead that also comes with a token. A crew 1 3/2 vehicle is pretty bad, but milling 2 cards is valuable, especially in green black, and that raise dead is very valuable. Recursion is good in this set. You're really likely to hit off this mill 2. So it does lots of things really well. If it's only ever a raised dead, if you don't care so much about putting things into your graveyard, then it's a 4, because a 3/2 body is not terribly impactful, and it's a 3/2 body that you have to tap a creature to use. But the more you care about putting these into your graveyard and grinding things out, then the closer you're going to be to medium effort. Like, it's not a 2-for-1 inherently, it is a 1.5-for-1 inherently. But Artifact is relevant, vehicle is relevant, graveyards are relevant. You just have to put the work in to make the rest of those aspects of this card relevant. Don, the flavor of this set, the flavor of this set is not ideal. It doesn't, there's lots of cool individual aspects, but like Start Your Engines is the worst racing mechanic ever in terms of what racing traditionally means in Magic terminology. It is, however, a really cool and interesting mechanic that plays well and makes interesting decisions happen. So my complaints are too complicated for me to make them over and over again about this set. All right. Chitin Gravestalker is a solid card, and it's mainly for green black and blue black. It's not as good in white black or red black. I'd say it's very weak in red black. That's why the floor is so low. You can get this down to a 1-mana 5/4. That's not good for you unless you are double threading. So it depends on how good your deck is at using that extra mana. Green black tends to have lots of exhaust abilities. So making this cheap enough that you can cast it and then also activate an exhaust ability or play, and then blue black has lots of card draw. So this power level is based on your ability to use the mana you save, not on your ability to cast it cheap. There is, like, this is a set full of cycling and self-mill, and if you are taking it's not worth taking the turns off to do that and then cast this. But the cycling is nice on it, and the body size is nice on it. So it's a good card, but it's not an auto-include or even a strict build around like Writhing Necromancer has been in the past. Right. We'll talk about that, Ranger. But the Start Your Engines reeks of something that was a cool concept that they kept trying, but like as is, if there the play isn't guaranteed to be a huge problem. Oh, thank you so much, Viat. I really appreciate that stuff. So as is the rate, the start your engines, like if you're start your engines and I'm not start your engines and you're on the play, then it'll be okay and we'll have a good game. But if you're start your engines and I'm start your engines and I'm on the draw, I lose the game. And that feels bad. Feels like it was probably worse when it was a bigger part of the set. So I get it. I do. Like it seems like something that was a really good idea, and then they tested and then they're like, this doesn't quite work. I also think that's probably why most of I'm sure there were lots of cards that were like draw cards equal to your speed or destroy target creature with power less than your speed, and it just got out of control so fast. Because even being ahead on one speed with those cards is a loss or is a win. Deathless Pilots. This one hurt because it should be good. Like in every other set, this has been good. In other sets, we've had a vanilla here, right? Just this ability, or this ability to be 5 mana and this card was good enough. You just don't actually have the time to return this to your hand. Like, by the time you have the ability to return this from your graveyard to your hand, it's too late. However, it does crew vehicles really well. So the actual value of a Deathless Pilot is the ability to never run out of something to drive. So you don't actually want this card in your 2-drop slot. 2s are really good, really important in this set. And you don't want this card in your 2-drop slot unless you have vehicles to crew specifically, which will happen. The value in the Deathless Pilot is the ability to drive cars forever, not in the ability to block forever or recur forever. Your mana sinks are so good in this set that you don't pick cards because they're mana sinks. Like you're not, like in other sets, picking this card just because it had return or picking this card just because it had cycling was a good idea because you always had time to cycle or return. And that's not true anymore. There's a lot of competition for your mana sinks. So this is a good mana sink when you have vehicles. It's not a good mana sink when you don't have vehicles, and black is not guaranteed to have vehicles. Right. Like this is an example of a very good mana sink, the Engine Rat. So it's a 1-mana 1/1 with Death Touch. If you're really hurting to get get your engines going, then the 6 mana is useful. But this set has enough recursion that I'm happy with any 1-mana blocker. Any 1-mana blocker is good enough when I am picking it up and putting it down and it trades. Like a 1-mana 1/1 that trades with anything is a good thing to have when your opponent is trying to rev their engines and break through, when you're trying to rev your engines and break through them, and when you have recursion. So like black-white, this card is okay, but in red-black, you're really happy with it because it gets you going and they never want to block it. And then against any aggressive deck or engine deck, then you want this blocker. And then in green-black, you're happy to recur this. Black-white is not as guaranteed, but there is some amount of recursion in black-white, things that you're happy to pick up with this. And then the 6 mana each opponent loses 2 life, that's just gravy. When it's good, it's really good. You almost never want to use it on your turn, but it does end games. It does trigger speed, but only on your turn. So this is a really good question. So Don says the rat's pseudo ping doesn't trigger speed. It does trigger speed, but your speed only increases when your opponent loses life on your turn. And paying 6 mana into activating this on your opponent's end step when you happen to have 6 mana available is free. Activating it on your turn and tapping out just to raise your speed a little bit is going to feel really bad. Like, this is just gravy. The 1-mana 1/1 Death Touch is what you care about. No, speed doesn't necessitate damage. Speed necessitates loss of life. Yes, sometimes you are desperate, especially in black. Black is the color that is most likely be desperate to get to max speed. So it's a useful ability to have, but it's gravy. All right. The Gastal Raider. Really good sideboard card. I just want to point that out. Against some decks like blue-black, if you are against a blue-black deck, this card becomes worth splashing. You're just not guaranteed a target here because it only hits instants or sorceries. If it hit non-creature, this would be pack one, pick one. But so it only takes instants or sorceries from your opponent's hand. And the like red, white, and red, green might not even have a single instant or sorcery. Their combat tricks, there's a vehicle that pumps, or you are doing red, white likes to do things pre-combat, and even red, blue will have instant sorceries, but they almost all have cycling. However, a 3-mana 3/2 menace that takes a card, like a 3-mana 2/1 that takes a card, is good enough, and a 3-mana 3/2 menace, even if it doesn't take a card, is good enough. So like, I'm happy to play this in a dedicated Start Your Engines deck every time. I'm happy to sideboard this in a control deck. So I gave it a floor of 2 with a ceiling of 6. It'll usually be somewhere in the middle for your deck. I do want to point out, when you are doing a Start Your Engines deck, knowing your opponent's hand is inherently valuable, even if it misses. Starting your engines and revving up your speed is all about predicting your attacks versus their attacks, so hand knowledge becomes more valuable than usual. I actually learned that from early access. I became confident in that as a result of playing in early access, but like, the better the players are, the more knowing their hands was valuable. So yes, this is a dedicated sideboard card, Don, but I'm happy to play this in red, black Start Your Engines every time. Otherwise, this is a sideboard card, but it's a good sideboard card. Grim Bauble. So this I actually had higher before, but I want to care about artifacts here. So here's the situations where this card is great. On the draw, in an artifact deck. It is difficult to be a deck that is neither of those things in black. Like, it's difficult to both not care about artifacts and never be on the draw. But I might not play every copy of this card. That's why like a 7 is I'll play every card with it. But this is this has a lot of good hits, but I won't play like 4 or 5 copies of it. And I know that sounds like a nitpicky thing, but I will take other removal over the Grim Bauble, where there's been sets with Disfigure, 1 mana instant, where I will take every copy of it every time. And not being an instant speed thing means that it'll never be a combat trick, but it is a good, efficient removal spell. It kills... Oh, shoot. Hold up. I gotta check the percentages. It kills about 40% of all the creatures in this set. Oh, you can't see that. I don't know how to make it so you can see that. It's over here. Yeah, it kills about 40% of all the creatures in the set. And there's a lot of good creatures to kill, but you're not guaranteed a target, because a lot of the good creatures it kills are vehicles, which means you can't ever hit them at sorcery speed. And a lot of the combat tricks are good in this set. That doesn't mean it's a bad card. It just means you have to think about how you're playing with this and where it slots into your deck. Being an artifact that goes to the graveyard on demand, very valuable. Having it just be in play so you can sack it as an artifact, or feed your affinity, or work with your Haunted Network. Like, it's more difficult to not do these things, but it's more important in those game plans. All right, Grim Javelineer. 3 mana 3/2. It's just kind of awkward. Like, it does crew a creature. It does crew a vehicle, and then that vehicle gets the buff. That's nice. When that creature dies surveilled, that's nice. But power buffs that don't let you crew are a little bit awkward. It's a solid 3-drop. There are just good replaceable, like, there's a lot of good replacements for it. And it dies to a Grim Bauble, which is always a thing to note. Like, this is a solid 3-drop in a set with a lot of good 3-drops. And you want other creatures with it, but it's nice having that +1/+0 be hasty. I gave it a 4 with a floor of 3 and a ceiling of 5. So it's not got a huge range, but it's a common that you're not upset if you have to play it. Hellish Sideswipe. So this is something like, this is kind of Bone Splinters, sacrifice a creature, kill a creature. We see it a lot, and it's always a function of what you have to sacrifice. In some sets, you have a ton of extra pilots or vehicles or something to sacrifice. In green-black, you actively want to get creatures into your graveyard or vehicles into your graveyard. So being able to sack a vehicle is really nice. And this card lets you run more vehicles. Lots of vehicles have reasonable enter the battlefield effects, and you're happy to throw them away to kill something. But it's not a free thing. You can't first pick this and then like automatically have every other things. It's also, this style of card is usually what makes this card better. Like Deathless Pilot doesn't really make the Hellish Sideswipe better, because 4 mana, 6 mana to replay that card means that you're paying 7 mana for a removal spell anyway. This is a good removal spell when you have the fodder, but you need a lot of Grim Baubles. And like that means that if it's a Hellish Sideswipe versus Grim Bauble, you're taking the Grim Bauble every single time. We don't have artifact tokens in this set, Don. I think there's a thing that makes vehicles at rare or mythic, like vehicle tokens, but no, there's no like random extra vehicles. There's not even a lot of vehicles. Like there's a 3 mana vehicle that gets a basic land, but there's no 1 or 2 mana vehicle that draws you a card when it comes into play. Chandra makes vehicles. Thank you, Ranger. So yeah, so I gave it a floor of a 2 with a ceiling of a 6, and then it'll play between there entirely based on your things that you have available to sacrifice. Like if you have a lot of expendable vehicles to sacrifice, or if you're a green-black deck with lots of ways to recur vehicles specifically, it's going to be a 6 for you, and it's going to feel great every time you draw a card, kill a creature for 1 mana, and then pick up that vehicle that you're going to pick up anyway. But it's just not free. Hour of Victory. So why is this card so low? It's a 3 mana 2/2 that will eventually get you any card you need. You can't play 3 mana 2/2s in this set. You can't play 4 mana 3/3s in this set. And that's because if I play a 3 mana 2/2 and start my engines, and then you play a 3 mana 3/3 that starts your engines, where there's a lot of them at common, or a 3 mana 2/3 that starts your engines, either, or even if it doesn't, either I'm trying to get my max speed up, and my 2/2 will never help with that, or you're trying to get your max speed up, and I'm just sacrificing my 2/2 to stop it. So like, being below rate is a much larger cost than usual, because of the speed mechanics. If you are in other sets, my 3 mana 2/2 that drew a card and your 3 mana 3/3 that didn't, my 3 mana 2/2 that drew a card would be better, because I would just take 3 damage. I would pay 3 life for that card and still have a 2/2. And in this set, that's disastrous. You having a 3 mana 3/3 that just eats my 2/2 is a disaster. So Hour of Victory gets a 3. If you're a dedicated control deck with other 3-drops and lots of good cheap removal, then go for it. And if you have good bombs to get, there are enough strong game-ending cards at rare and mythic that this isn't unplayable. But don't take this before them. I think this design... Oh, hey, Ghost Code. Good to see ya. I think this design is beautiful. Like, I think it's a really cool card. It is not a good card. You can't play 3 mana 2/2s. This... All right, quick aside. One of the complaints I've been hearing a lot about recent Magic set is things in hats. So Amonkhet had a thing with Hour of Devastation. Hour of Devastation was the second set, and like Hour of blank. And Amonkhet was leading up to this big zombie apocalypse, not just for Amonkhet, but for all of the multiverse that happened on Ravnica. Bolas brought everybody in, and assaulted everyone with zombies. And this is like, hey, but you know, the Hour of Devastation wasn't a real problem. Here's a fun card. It's an Hour of Victory. Let's just mock that. We can put our whole apocalypse into a hat. I hate it. All right, up next, we've got Intimidation Tactics. So I always mark the card in every color with that I have the biggest rating difference with other creators on it. Limited Resources called this card unplayable. They're wrong. This card is very good in this set. It hits just about everything. Every deck has targets for this. If you don't find a target for this on turn 1, then you're going to win that game anyway. There's no way to get around this. They are either going to have vehicles or creatures. There's no like 4 mana, put 2/1/1s into play, pump your team. You'll always have a target. And then the downside, the reason that you don't see this kind of card a lot in draft, like Duress is considered not a playable card in draft because you can whiff it, but like so is Dreams of Steel and Oil or Ostracize, which take a creature. And that's because if you draw it when you're really struggling late in the game, then it's a dead card. That's a bad draw. But this is very unlikely to be a dead draw late in the game for 2 reasons. The first is that there's a lot of card advantages in this set. There's a lot of ways that your opponent is very likely to have spent 2 mana to have drawn 3 cards and gained 3 life in their affinity deck, or 3 mana to return 4 cards from their graveyard to their hand in their green deck. You will still have targets, and you'll have known targets, and it's cycles. 3 is a lot for cycling, but you're not going to take a turn off to cycle it. Like, you don't want to cycle this until turn 7 or turn 8. That's the only time you're likely to end up cycling this. And the other reason this card is so important is 1 mana. Like, this is a set where I would play Peak. I would play 1 mana, look at your opponent's hand, draw a card in this set. Knowing how the next few turns will play out is worth a card. So when you're trying to start your engines or trying to stop your opponent from starting their engines, that information is invaluable, and your opponent is likely to have to do their things pre-combat anyway in a vehicle set. When your opponent needs to clear the blocker before they attack, or if they need to clear the blocker before they attack, or if they need to crew their vehicle in order to make that attack, knowing which creature will crew their vehicle or how they're going to clear the blocker is worth a card. So this is a very strong card in black decks in this set. Thanks, Wingsphere. I appreciate it. If anybody else is having any issues, let me know. Yes, the cycling 3 is a lot, but that doesn't matter for the time period when you will need to cycle this card. I think this card played well. Is very strong in this set. All right, our first vanilla cycle. So there are 5 vanilla creatures at uncommon, which are way above rate. 3 mana 7/2. Oh my god, so cool. This card's really fun. And it's not a free card to play with. Vanilla has value. So this is specifically strong in a green-black or blue-black deck. In a green-black deck, it's good because cards will say search up a vanilla creature or return a vanilla creature from your graveyard to your hand, a creature with no abilities. And it doesn't feel like a creature with no abilities. It's a 3 mana 7/2. And it's also it's weak on offense because your opponent is very likely to just block with a 2/2, but it's great on defense because you get to kill your opponent's 6-drop with your 3-drop. I love this design. It's so much fun. It's also good with a lot of specific tricks. So there's a few ways to give it first strike or double strike, and there's a few ways to give it indestructible. And then you're much happier to play with this. The more, if you can grow it, it's good. So it is a vanilla creature. That's just what that's so that I know what to talk about, Don. So this is a vanilla creature, so I wanted to make sure that I talked about why being a vanilla creature was relevant. And the removal aspect, if you have a ton of removal, if your deck is filled with removal spells, then it gets a lot better. Because if you play a Calaxion on turn 3 and then kill your opponent's 4-drop and 5-drop and 6-drop, then you're hitting for 21 damage. But it's not a free thing. So the removal is something it's really difficult to have enough removal in this format. There's just not enough of it in the set to make it work. But it's really cool. Okay, so Gart asked, floor and ceiling, higher the number, the better the card. So the floor is the worst a card will play. The ceiling is the best a card will play. And then this is how it's most likely to play, this number up here. Your job as a player is to get it to that ceiling. So each card, Gart, I will explain what steps need to be taken to get it to that ceiling. So maybe the effort is really high and it's only going to be a a 10, like sometimes I'll have a 10 in just the right deck. But this is a card that is really cool and takes work to make happen. Yeah, but the stat line is just is really good. All right, up next we've got Locust Spray. This card is just good. It has targets. You want this on turn 1. There's a lot of 3/1s or even like 1/1s that fly, that punch through. That is really good in the early game. So generally the way this is going to play is early game, you kill a thing for 1 mana. Mid game, you use this as a combat trick. I'll attack my 3/3 into your 3/3 and then shrink it by 1. And then late game, you just cycle it, grab something else. But you really want that early interaction in any kind of control or mid-range deck. And then you want, it's just useful later. Black does not have discard payoffs, but blue and red both do, Wingspear. Really good question. So Wingspear asked if black had discard payoffs. And black doesn't have discard payoffs other than caring about creatures and artifacts in your graveyard. So it doesn't have discard payoffs, for instance, in sorceries. But blue and red both do. So like this is a good blue black or blue or red black card. I gave it a 5 with a ceiling of a 5, and it's usually going to play near that ceiling of a 5. If you're just cycling it most of the time, then it's a lot weaker. All right, up next we've got Maximum Overdrive. I'm sorry, Don, you don't have to add the notes. I totally try. You do not need to add any notes. I should have mentioned that. If you want to, go for it, but that's not a necessary thing because they don't show up on the gathering.gg when we post it. And I might add more notes later too, but thanks, buddy. All right, it looks like, all right. It looks like it's gonna make me take an ad break, so I'm just gonna run it manually now because we can talk about lore in the meantime. Yeah, so there's a lot of good discard payoffs in blue-red, and we'll get to all of them today. The only black discard payoffs are cycling stuff like this Gravestalker. But Calaxion is so cool. Like, I love this whole cycle. They're not all good. Not all the vanilla creatures are good, but they're all cool and have really interesting places where they can go. I'm just gonna turn on the lights really quick. I went over the sun and it got dark. All right. 45 seconds and we're back to it. Checking my messages real quick. All right, ad ends in 10 seconds, and we're gonna get right back to it. Yes, so isn't that cool, Wingspear? So vanilla stuff. Yes. So that's exactly at 2000. He's just there. Calaxion is here in this world. I don't know, like they're racing through different planes and they put it here specifically because there's giant things. So the vanilla cards, Wingspear, that's a really good question. He wants to know about vanilla cards. The best, and we're going to talk about this a lot with green. We'll talk. I'm going to try not to complain too much. Is Viraganda somewhere that they're going? But yeah, we're going to talk about the vanilla creatures a lot in relation to green. It's a theme of green here, Wingspear. Yeah. The lore here is painful, not because it's bad. It's because it's got a lot of really good elements. If it were all bad, I would be more upset. All right, up next, Maximum Overdrive. So this is a trick we see a lot. +1/+1 Indestructible is usually a little less pushed. Like usually it's just Death Touch and Indestructible. It's less punishing in this set. There's way fewer ways at instant speed to kill something in response. There are a lot of good tricks, but this beats all other tricks. So I gave it a 4 with a floor of 4 and a ceiling of 5. That's just because it is competing with other tricks, but this is a good trick. There's only one bounce spell at instant speed, only one way to exile at instant speed, and they're both good cards, but like it is way harder to be blown out when you play the Maximum Overdrive. It's also, tricks are better than usual because of the way that vehicles fit. So when your opponent, let's say your opponent has a 2-mana vehicle, then on turn 3 they have to play their creature pre-combat to crew that vehicle so that it can attack. So in this set specifically, tricks are better because your opponent needs to play their cards pre-combat. And this is just a solid trick in general. It has diminishing returns, so I gave it a 4, but I'll usually pick up that first copy like a 5. It also has corollaries in other colors. Yeah, commons are tough. Uncommons, you can tell. All right, up next we've got Momentum Breaker. This card is weak as a removal spell. So this card is a bad removal spell. There's a lot of extra things hanging around. Lots of your cards will just, come with an extra body or come with an extra pilot. That doesn't mean it's unplayable, but it's not useful as a removal spell. It is useful as a start your engines cards. This is a specific card for the start your engines deck. Starting your engines on turn 2 with a removal spell is really good, especially if you had a 1-drop. If I play an engine rat on turn 1 and then turn 2 Momentum Breaker, then I am on 2 speed now. The gaining life is nice. It'll usually be like it's 2 to 4 life. It's not nothing, but it's still, not a lot. Enchantment isn't a valuable type. You get no value for this being an enchantment. There's not a good way to pick an enchantment up from your graveyard. There's nothing that rewards you for having enchantments in play. It doesn't even hedge against things like sacrifice a creature or vehicle. So you play this when you want an edict that starts your engines. That's not an impossible thing to have, but this feels like a red-black card. You can make it work in blue-black or white-black, but like you can't blink an enchantment. You can't return an enchantment to your hand even. And if you play this and hit your opponent's extra pilot, it's going to feel terrible. There are so many things that your opponent will have in play that they just don't care about, just speed bumps. So yeah, this is the other card in this color that I have the biggest disagreement on with other content creators. No, Wingspear. There are cards that care about artifacts, vehicles, and creatures. There's no Delirium. Good question, though. Wingspear asks if there's anything that cares about different card types, and the answer is no. All right, up next, Mutant Surveyor. So this card is a mid-range or control card. It has Start Your Engines on it, but it's pretty bad in red-black. It's very good in white-black or blue-black, but all the 3s are very good in white, black, and blue, black. It's really easy to find enough 2-drops in those color pairs, or 3-drops in those color pairs. But as written, it's almost always a 2-for-1. It's a mana intensive 2-for-1, but it's still a 2-for-1 because it's a 3-mana 2/3 that usually will trade up and then draws you a card later. Turn 3 is a little late to be starting your engines for red-black, which is why it's a little weaker there. But like it's still a reasonable card, and this ability is useful on the attack even if you don't actually want to put the mana in, because this is expensive. So if I play this on turn 3, and then on turn 4 I attack with it, this attacks into my opponent's 3/4 or 4/5, because I can pay the 4 mana to pump it twice. So I just make the attack. They probably can't block it. I get in for 2. I rev my engines. I up that speed, and then I take the rest of my turn normally. The only reason it's got a floor of a 4 is because the 3s are just really good. It's competing with a lot of very good 3-drops in this set, but like I'm not upset if this is my 3-drop of choice. This is the kind of 3-drop that black, white, and red, black are pretty happy to table. And like it has even value in green, black, even though green, black is bad at starting engines just because you're not upset if you mill it. Start your engines is weird. No, it does not wing spear. No matter how many start your engines you play, you will still be at 1 speed. It's a weird mechanic like that. I think my guess is that was initially you would keep upping it, but there was no upper limit to speed. At 4, it works. Start your engines is a really good mechanic in all sense but flavor. But yes, this is a cool card. Also, hi Christmas. So Rakdos needs to start its engines ASAP. For reasons we're going to get to in a minute. Good question. Okay, Pact Altair. This card's just good. A 4-mana 3/4 that increases your speed is good. Being an artifact is relevant. 4 toughness is relevant. It's not an attacker. This is a blocker, but it's a blocker that furthers your game plan in black, white, and blue, black. It's a lot weaker in green, black. I'm going to go ahead and lower the floor to a 4 because I really don't want this in green, black, or I want this in blue, black, white, black, and I'm okay with it in red, black. Red, black has really great 4s available at uncommon, but if this is my 4-drop in red, black, I'm not going to be upset. But yeah, not a ton to say. You just want a lot of artifacts to go with it because this it's not once per turn. It's not hard to do. There's a lot of artifacts in this set, and the stats aren't terrible. Yeah, I gave it a 5 with a floor of 4, ceiling of 6, medium effort. I never said that, Don. Not once. Don't you have to be 14 to buy Magic cards? I think that's crazy, but yeah, that's how it is. Ripclaw Wrangler. This one's getting a revisit. So this is a strict 2-for-1. Crew 2, 4/3 vehicle, bad stats, but it'll make them discard a card and then I'm gonna lower. Yeah, this one's getting a revisit. I'm not sure fully how to evaluate this card, so this is a good time to talk about diminishing returns on vehicles. You have to classify your vehicles as self-enabling or not. The self-enabling ones, there's a few that come with the token that crew it, whether you can pay mana to crew it, or that crew for alternate conditions. You get to treat those as creatures a reasonable amount of the time, and so you put them in with your creatures when you slot them. You can't do that with the Ripclaw Wrangler. You don't get to put this in and say, well, I have 3 Ripclaw Wranglers, I don't need any other 4-drops. Like, it doesn't replace the Pact Altair. The crew cost is real, and so you need to keep careful track of your vehicles, and that makes this a little tougher to run. But the black blue decks and black white decks just want as many 2-for-1s as possible. Good question. So a 2-for-1 is a card that is worth 2 cards. So this card is worth 2 cards because they have to discard a card, and then it crews and becomes a creature and trades with another creature. But it's going to trade with a 2 or 3-drop creature because that's what usually kills a 3 toughness creature, and it has no evasion, and it's going to take the worst card out of their hand at any given time. So like it's a 2-for-1, but it's bad in that you are taking out 2 of your opponent's worst cards, the worst creature they have in play and the worst card they have in their hand. So like it's got diminishing return. I'm lowering this to a 3. Yeah, it's got diminishing returns. It's not good in the late game, but you need 2-for-1s. Like black, white, and blue, black need to take out as many cards from your opponent as possible. I mean, it's a bad card late, but it's not the worst because it's still a body on defense. All right, up next we've got... Oh, I didn't finish this one. This is not the correct rating. This should be a 5 or 6. I think it's a 5 because it's really weak in some decks. So like, if this makes a zombie the turn you play it, then this card is incredible. If it doesn't, then it's weak. Having 4 toughness means it's just going to trade off. So like this is the 5-drop you want in red black, and it's really good in the white black and blue black grind decks. I'm raising this to a 6, and I'm raising no, because that doesn't feel right though, because it's not. It's so disaster. It's going to feel so bad if your engines aren't at max speed. And like, even if you are at max speed, like I'm assuming if this is in your deck that you are at max speed the turn you play it. And in black, that's really important. That's why cards like the Pact Altair are so good. Like a 5-mana 5/4 is unplayable. A 5-mana 5/4 that makes a 2/2 every single turn is fantastic. Yep, I did, Wingspear. Depends on what you're doing. So the difference between a good card and a bad card. So it's a really good question. Give me 1 sec, Wingspear. So 5, floor 4, ceiling of 6, medium effort. It goes into everything but green, black. So let's talk about max speed a little bit. Wingspear asks how hard max speed is to get. In red black, these high quality cards, this Gastal Thrill Seeker pings them for 1 while starting your engines, so it starts you on 2 speed. That means that on turn 3 you go to 3 speed, on turn 4 you go to max speed. That's a turn 4 max speed. Red black is really good at doing that aggressively. That's why this card that makes a zombie every turn at max speed is so good. The max speed payoffs are not amazing in the short term. The max speed payoffs are amazing in the long term. So white, black, and blue, black. White, black doesn't always care about being max speed, but you can build to be max speed. Blue, black cares a lot about max speed, but not until later. So that's why this card, Pact Altair, is so good, because a 4-mana 3/4 that gains life is important against the aggro decks, and a 4-mana 3/4 that drains them turns your max speed on automatically eventually. There's a cycle of cards like these Mutant Surveyor that draw you a card. That means that max speed is an inherently valuable thing for the slowest, grindiest, most attrition-y or mid-range decks in the format. That's why the flavor is not there. But mechanically, it is interesting and cool to play with. It's just not about speed unless you are specifically red-black. So this card that generates a body, a relevant body, every single turn once you're at max speed is worth putting the effort into making happen. It's great in red, is a 6 in red black. If you are red black specifically, it is a 6. It's a 5 in blue black or white black. In white black, it could be either a 5 or a 4. It's a lot worse. It's probably a 3 in green black, but even then you can still go for the speed in green black. Green just doesn't care that much about speed otherwise. Yeah, it's a cool card. I like this one. It's fun to play. Scale goes to 10, Ottawa. But 10s tend to be the best of the best rares. But good question, Ottawa. So the 5-drops that get better, good question. So Rakdos playing 5-drops that get better over time is suspicious. This is not an aggressive set. This is a slow. This is not a racing set at all. Racing is not a thing you do in this set. Vehicles, contrary to being race cars, are a really slow mechanic. Getting value out of vehicles is a matter of taking turns off of attacking in order to make your vehicles into creatures. But it's going to feel fast. It's more of it's about momentum. It's about your momentum. Like, getting on board early is really important, but dealing 20 damage before your opponent is not. So like, it's going to feel like you lost due to an aggressive start from your opponent, and maybe you did, but like, that aggressive start will take a good 10 turns to kill you. The exception is red black. The thing is, like, none of the start your engines give you. So like this Thrill Seeker, right? This creature has Death Touch and Haste with at max speed. That's not about getting your opponent dead. That's about making this creature harder to block. It's about your opponent having to expend a resource to block this no matter what. but it starts on turn 2, and you need to be prepared to have that battle on turn 2. All right, up next we've got the Sheffet Archfiend. So this card is so cool. It's a 7 mana 5/5 that wipes the board on ETB with cycling. This card is so good with 3 animation. If you can return target creature from your graveyard to play, this self-enables. It puts it in your graveyard by itself. And it's worth taking a turn off to draw a card and then put it into play. If you don't have those reanimation spells and you aren't a control deck, so like I'll play this card in green black and blue black. It's so powerful because I'll get to that mana eventually. I'll get to 7 mana and I can cycle it, or I can cheat it into play in those decks. But like, cycling isn't a free thing anymore. The set in the past in Magic, you could take turn 2 off to cycle, and it wouldn't be a huge deal. You can't do that in this set. If you take turn 2 to cycle and turn 3 to cycle, you have lost the game. Cycling is an actual cost. So you better have ways to bring it back. If you take turn 2 off to cycle and then return this to play on turn 4 and wipe your opponent's board completely, that's okay. So really cool card. I gave it a 5 with a floor of a 3 and a ceiling of 7. And it's going to play between those two. Like, for how little text is on this card, it's a build around. And I think that's awesome. Really cool card. Hey, Carl, good to see ya. All right, so spin out. This is murder. You can tell a lot about... This is the first color, Carl. You can tell a lot about what a set is based on how good murder is. Based on how good black colorless destroy target creature. It does destroy target creature or vehicle. That's the same as being destroy target creature in this set. This is a I gave it a 6 with a ceiling of 6 and a floor of a 5. Removal. This set is going to play a lot like Outlaws of Thunder Junction functionally. You have to have removal. The threats are big and there's so many things that become a problem over time. Like if you don't kill the Necro Regent immediately, it's okay. If you don't kill the if your opponent gets 3 zombies out of the Necro Regent, you have lost. So you need a ton of removal in this set, but that only worked in Outlaws of Thunder Junction because literally every single pack of Outlaws of Thunder Junction had a removal spell in it. Not 100, close to 100% of packs had some form of removal in them. That's not the case. So you need to take removal really high. In other sets, I've given Murder a 4 or 5. In this set, Murder has a 6. You have to take removal over other cards you want in this set. Good question. So Viet says, should I prioritize 2-drops more than usual? The answer is yes, but you can make exceptions with your 3-drops. If you miss your 2-drop, like your 2-drop doesn't have to be a creature. It could be a removal spell or a piece of interaction or a counter spell, but you need to prioritize what you do on turn 2 higher. It's okay. You can take turn 2 off, or you can take turn 3 off, but not both. If you skip turn 2 and turn 3, I missed a card, sorry. But if you take turn 2 and turn 3 off, you have lost. If you take turn 2 and turn 3 off and win the game, your opponent was doing something wrong. That's not true because you can do turn 1 things. The 1-drops in this set are good. So like I can turn 1 Engine Rat, turn 2 cycle, turn 3 draw cards, or I can turn 2... If I have a Grim Bobble on, if my opponent played a 2-drop and then I Grim Bobble it, but yeah, you can't take all your turns off. You also can't be behind on turn 2 and turn 3. If I have a powerful 2-drop, I can play this Hour of Victory. But if my if my turn 2 is spent cycling and my turn 3 is an Hour of Victory, which is a below rate creature, I have lost the game. You have to be really conscious of that in this set. All right, so the card I accidentally skipped is one that I really want to talk about. Risky Shortcut. 3 mana, draw 2 cards. Each player loses 2 life. You paying 2 life to draw cards is not a big problem in this set. Because it's not an aggressive set. But taking 2 life out of your opponent on your turn 3, if if this progresses your speed, this is a very good card. If it doesn't, then this card's not really playable. So that's why the ceiling is so high. Like the blue-black and white-black decks that have This is why you need so many 2-mana ways to start your engines, because playing it on your turn, playing a 2-drop. We haven't covered it yet. So playing a 2-mana spell that is a creature that starts your engines and then makes your, if this card progresses your speed, it's really good. And those decks want as many 2-for-1s as possible anyway. So this is a good card. It has diminishing returns. I wouldn't play more than 2, but the start your engines decks, especially the grindier ones like white black, really want this card and want a few copies of it. You will end up cutting this a lot when you have good rares. Don't count on having good rares. Yeah, but this is an important card to keep in mind. Like, this is a card to know about in this set because it is a 2-for-1 that progresses your speed. But it's a slow one that costs a lot of tempo. You can't really take turn 3 off consistently to do this. If you have good 2-drops, then go for it. Like, you can't, if you cycle a card on turn 2 and then risky shortcut on turn 3, you have just lost the game. The game is over for you. But if I have a good 2-drop and then I take a risky shortcut, I'm going to win. I'm going to be pretty happy about it. Yes. So like you can't I really agree with you, Carl. Flavor wise, this would be a really cool card if it were it would be a more interesting but probably problematically better card if it were an instant. But like having to decide between leaving mana up to represent doing something and progressing your engine would have been really cool if this were an instant. Sorry, I'm just getting lots of pulses of like, why did they separate out the design teams? Because should have been something the design teams worked on together. All right, up next, Streaking Oil Gorger. 5 mana, 3/3 Flying Haste, not good enough. 5 mana, 3/3 Flying Haste, Lifelink, really good. Incredibly hard to race, and like it hastes, it hits right away. It also, 5 is just too late to start your engines. This doesn't self-enable like you would want it to. So like it does put you to speed 2 on turn 5, but if you're a deck that cares about being at max speed, that's too late. The reason the score is so low, I gave it a 3, 4 of 2, ceiling of 5. Even though the card's not bad in a speed deck, your 5-drops are just so good in this set. They're really strong things to be doing on turn 5, and having your 5-drop not have relevant types in relation to your 4-drops and not be something you want to crew vehicles with is tough. But I don't want to call this card unplayable. It's good in blue-black. It's playable in black-white. I don't think I'd ever have it in green-black. And it's just replaceable in red-black. But I'm not going to be too upset if this is my 5-drop because it does break through. And this is a low synergy card. It does not synergize with the other things that any of the color players want to be doing, but Flying Haste, Lifelink is a hell of a set of keywords. What's the flavor text? They feed on oil? Where were they during the Phyrexian invasion? Chandra Nalar. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like there's a lot more to this. All right, up next, Siphon Fuel. Normally this would be an unacceptably bad removal spell. There's no unacceptably bad removal spells in this set. You really need removal, and it's so difficult to have enough removal in this set. Like, yeah, we've been spoiled for removal in recent years. We've had a lot of sets where it's like 5 mana deal 5, that's not playable. Or 5 mana destroy target creature, why would I bother? No, instant speed, -6/-6, gain 2 life. Like the life gain is nice, but not really relevant. You have to kill things. Yeah, the 2 life is relevant, Carl. It's really important. But it's just a little bonus. Yeah, this is good for bad removal. The other thing about this set is like, so spin out, very good card. You're not gonna play this on turn 3. Usually in this set, you want to be going creatures on turn 2 or turn 3, and then it's okay if your removal costs 5 mana. Like, it's not great. You would still rather spin out and play a 2-drop on turn 5. but it's not as bad as usual to spend turn 5 killing something to clear your attacks. Correct. So there are good ETBs done, but it's more that cards develop. The more value, the more cards that develop their value over time there are, the more important the removal is. So if this were a 5 mana 6/6 ETB make 2 zombies, if this were a 5 mana 5/4 ETB make 2 zombies, then removal would be worse. Because it's 5 mana 5/4 make a 2/2 zombie every turn, removal is better and important. Because they'll just never block with this. Like, you don't get to force them to block with their 5/4. Up next, Wickerfolk Indomitable. This card's kind of bad. So like, it's a 4 mana 4/3 and you can cast it from your graveyard, and that's cool, but there's no like ETB draw a card and you're paying the life. So usually this kind of card is good because it creates permanent blockers. You have blockers every turn, so you return this to play, but what are you sacrificing? Like, you have to pay life and you're sacrificing a creature that maybe already attacked for pseudo vigilance. However, there are cards that will generate a treasure every turn or that leave you with extra pilots. And if you already have those, then this card is playable. But I wouldn't play this without those cards. Correct. 3 toughness, trades with 2 drops. Good point, Carl. This is a... I'm going to go back in just a second, sorry. So this is a kind of a homeless card. But there are specific cards that this works well with. So I gave it a high effort and a ceiling of 6. There are, like... There's a red creature that makes a treasure on attack. There's a few ways to generate a pilot every turn. Then this card is solid, but that 2 life is a real cost on recursion. All right, so we're going back. Don asks why Siphon Fuel is a medium effort. It's a medium effort card because it's situational when you pick it. You pick this card because you don't have the other removal spells. So it's not that you necessarily have to put removal. It's not necessarily that you have to put effort into playing this card. It's that you have to put thought into how you're picking this card. Yeah, sorry. This is one of the downsides to the effort declaration being so simple. If this were a 3/3 for 3, yes, I would play this card. Or if it had a different activated ability, like if it were 2 mana, sacrifice an artifact or creature, return it to play, or even if it were 4 mana but at instant speed, it would be really good. But like, it feels pretty clear that they cut some functionality out of this card in testing, and now it's so difficult to make work. All right, Wreckage Wickerfolk. So I want to talk about this card because this is something that's been weak in other sets, but contextually within this set, this card is incredibly good. 2 mana 1/3, really relevant stats. If your 2-drop surviving a Grim Bauble or there's a 3 mana Pyroclasm at instant speed is very relevant. Being an artifact is relevant, and having flying is relevant. This card is so good at getting your speed up. This defensive speed blocker is so good for your speed deck. Yeah, and Surveil 2 in the late game will feel as good as drawing a card a lot of the time. Flying is incredibly relevant. Being an artifact creature is incredibly relevant. And costing 2 mana is relevant to specific cards that care about the mana value of different cards. We had this card in Eldraine and it wasn't great. This card in this set is so good. So just to break down the archetypes, in black-red, this triggers all your speed things, and it's really good for you. In green-black, this puts 2 cards in your graveyard and is really good for you. In blue-black, this is an artifact and is really good for you. And in black-white, so the problem that we're going to be seeing a lot in black-white specifically is that it's so torn. So black-white touches on every archetype in this set, and they call it, what do they call black-white in this set? They call it like speed attrition. No, black-white is pulls you in every direction. So part of the difficulties of black and white is choosing a focus. And this Wicker Folk is one of the few cards that works in artifacts and works in speed and works in control. They call it max speed attrition, which is kind of crazy, but like black white wants these values flexibility. I'm gonna go ahead and raise the floor. Because like this card is good in every archetype. Every black deck wants this card, and yeah, you'll take bombs or removal over it, but after that, this is the 2-drop you want. It does so much enabling. All right, Wretched Doll, 2-mana 3/1 is a solid body, and Surveilling 1 is a nice bonus. Like, this is a solid card. You want to care about artifacts, you want to care about putting things into your graveyard, but it's just good. It's just a good 2-drop. So Ottawa says aristocrats are sacrificed, and the answer is kind of. Like the advantage to black white, and so the trap of black white is that it does everything. The advantage to black white is it does everything. So like you can be an aristocrats deck if you have the gas guzzlers. You can be a pure value deck if you have the bombs. You can be a start your engines deck if you have the mid-range payoffs. It's cool. I like black white a lot, but we're going to see black white lose a lot early and then take over later in the stats. It's going to take people a little while to figure out the lean of black white. You have to lean. Like, so when you're drafting black white, like your pick order goes bombs, then removal, because removal is the most flexible set of stuff of cards, and then you have to choose your lean. You have to choose whether you're leaning in to start your engines or leaning into graveyard recursion or leaning into aristocrats. And then your card advantage. You got to figure out where your card advantage comes from, because your card advantage in this set is synced to your archetype. Like, if you're a black white deck and you are doing start your engines, then Risky Shortcut is your card advantage of choice. If you're leaning really hard into vehicles and graveyards, then your card advantage should come from ETBs on creatures and reanimation spells. If you're truly grinding and you have lots of recursion and card advantage unrelated to it, then cards like Deathless Pilot are a lot better. But like black white requires so much contextualization compared to the other black color pairs. But we started with black today because it does touch on every archetype. All right, we're gonna take a 30-second break because I need a pot of tea because I'm already scritching my voice. And then we'll move on to white. I'll leave this slide up. I'll be right back. I think I need canola or something. One sec. Feel lightheaded. No, that doesn't work at all, does it? All right. I'm drinking so much water. I'll be right back. Here's the review rating system. If you have any questions, I'll answer them when I get back before we start the next color, but I'm not going to redo the entire explanation. Oh, you know what? Let's do a poll. What color should we do next? There we go. All right, 2-minute break. I'm gonna start a pot of tea. We can do white, red, green, or blue next. Be right back. Yeah, I always have. So green tea with honey is excellent for vocal cords. We did black first. Black was the first color. On Tuesday is when we did the set overview. So if you want to do that, you can find. If you want to check out my set overview, it's on YouTube. I will start an ad. So just so everyone else knows how this works, if you oh, that was multi-drafting. Here we go. So if you are interested in this, here it is. And this isn't designed so you have to watch every single card, but if you want, I highly recommend the overview and the like the colored explanations, and then you can find your specific card as needed. All right, be right back. This is only commons and uncommons. I find that doing the rares is less valuable because you run into them less, but I might revise that because you run into rares a lot more. But yeah, we're only doing commons and uncommons. I like being surprised at the pre-release, so I kind of like not knowing all the rares, but I get counts from people. I have volunteers who help me find, like, this is how many vehicles there are, so I don't have to look at them. All right, be right back. Oh. Okay, next color. Hey, Pie. How you doing? Sorry about that. Let's do the next color. What won the poll? Hey, what color won the poll? I'm just checking for questions. Tie between everything, or was one? What's a useful next color to do? We can do red next. Green and white both had 3. All right, in that case, we're going to do white because that's the most useful for going into green, and then we'll vote on the last 2. All right. We're going to do half of this, and then I'm going to go get my tea. All right, so we just talked about black white in depth, but very basically, black white is a so you have to take your removal first, then your payoffs, and then you have to decide what you're leaning into, and then your card advantage. So removal is the most flexible thing in black white. So like you'll take your big bombs first, but even over Embalmed Descendant, I'd still take a spin out in this set. The black white does a little bit of everything, and they call it start your engines attrition. But what it ends up being is it has the ability to do everything. But if you split your attention too much between everything, you're going to lose. Like you can't be a vehicles deck and a mount deck and a start your engines deck and a control deck and an attrition deck and an aggro deck. So lean in and then take advantage of like this card's going to be good for you even if you don't have any other start your engines cards, because the 3 mana 1/2 that makes a zombie is good enough. Like you have a lot of general value machines, and you have to pair your individual enablers with stall tactics. So good question, Don. Don asked if this is extremely mechanics focused. It's not extremely mechanics focused, but it is archetype focused. So each color pair cares a lot about the archetypes, and except black white. Black white is the exception on caring about the archetypes. So you got to make sure that you aren't getting bogged down and spread out. It's not about even archetypes. It's about making a cohesive deck. The card quality is so high that cards end up being almost entirely contextual. So red white is ride aggro. So that means, so white is all about mounts and vehicles. Red is fairly aggressive. Oh, what? Hang on. That's not right. I didn't finish this. We'll talk about that one later. All right. Blue white is all about, so I'm just going to delete this and we'll talk about it. Red white is ride aggro. There's mounts and vehicles, and there's lots of creatures that really efficiently pilot or saddle these mounts and vehicles. So this Cloudspire Coordinator makes a 1/1 on every pilot. There's sort of a moment in red white when you're I know I finished this. Where's my text? Okay. I didn't finish the pick order. Or I didn't write it out. It's in my notes, but for now, we're just going to talk about the things. So your vehicles and mounts just happen. You don't need to stress about picking up your vehicles and mounts. So they are last in the pick order. Vehicles and mounts. Your removal is very good, but it's not hard. Like, you have so many pieces of removal available in red, and combat tricks end up kind of substituting for the removal in red white specifically, not everywhere. Just in red white, your tricks are almost as good as removal. That doesn't mean you can give up on removal. It just means that it's lower priority than other things. You need, like, the vehicles and mounts will just happen. So what you need before that are your most efficient and key creatures. So like Cloudspire Coordinator. is a good example of key creature. It does everything. It scries when it comes in, and it trades up really effectively, but it also needs like it makes stoppers when you play things. And then last, like your most important thing are flexible creatures. So like Cloudspire Coordinator is a flexible creature if you already have the mounts, but every deck needs to be able to be on the back foot. So if I'm a red-white aggro deck with some start your engine stuff and some vehicles, and my opponent is ahead of me, I need to be prepared to pivot and block. But it is so flexibility becomes very important. And I'd say above that, anthems, but that's only because they're only at rare, so like I wouldn't even include it. Your vehicles and mounts will just happen, and a lot of the creatures here. Really good question, Viet. We're gonna talk about that in a minute. The vehicles and mounts will just happen, and you're gonna kind of find yourself with key turns. So like this coordinator, this either attacks or makes a pilot, and you'll find that you suddenly have 4 or 5 pilots, and now is at your key turn. Now is the time you attack, either because you can break through with your vehicles, or you can hit all at once. So what you'll find in red white a lot is that early turns you're attacking, mid game you're defending and generating value, then late game all at once you're attacking. So we saw this a lot, especially in the early access drafts. There's the lull in the middle. And that's because red-white isn't particularly good at breaking through except all at once. Red-black is very good at breaking through every turn for a little bit. Red-white is good at getting on board early and then breaking through late. So, balancing your vehicles. You have what is an ideal creature to vehicle ratio? It's not about... Here's how you do vehicles. Vehicles aren't really creatures. You only have room, even in a dedicated vehicle deck, 3 vehicles. You don't want any more than 3 vehicles. Hika, thank you so much for the sub. But not all vehicles are vehicles. So here, let's do this. Scryfall, Aetherdrift, rarity common, or rarity. So this is what I did. Thermos, thanks so much for the follow. This is a really good question and is worth spending some time on. Rarity common or uncommon, type vehicle. So 3 vehicles, hard limit, no more than 3 vehicles. But this broadcast rambler, this makes a Thopter when it comes into play and cruise itself. That's not a vehicle. The tension chariot, this has cycling for 1. That's not a vehicle. This Ranger's Refueler, you can pay 4 mana to make it a creature permanently. That's not a vehicle. This Midnight Mangler is a creature on your opponent's turn. So this is a 3/3 with Defender, except for when you crew it. That's not a vehicle. This Carrion Cruiser, this comes with something to crew it because it raised dead's a creature. That's not a vehicle. The Spire Mech Cycle, this turns into a creature permanently with any other vehicle. That's not a vehicle. The Ironclad cycles. The Burner Rock is a combat trick. The Earth Rumbler crews from the graveyard. The Bike makes mana. The Runner makes creatures unblockable. The Dune Drifter comes with something to crew it. The Pathmaker comes with something to crew it. The Haunted Hellride untaps whatever crewed it. The Path Cruiser can become a creature permanently and replaces itself. Thundering Broodwagon, that's a removal spell. Brood Buggy exhausts and becomes a creature permanently. And the Aether Hive comes with a creature to crew it. None of those are vehicles. So you only have room for a maximum of 3 vehicles that don't self-enable or replace themselves. But there's not that many of them. There's 26 vehicles in the set, arguably 15, but actually 12 replace themselves. So when you have cards that care about vehicles and mounts, you want mounts first. You have to classify your vehicles as you pick them into whether they're creatures or vehicles. All right, blue-white artifacts. Affinity for artifacts is one of the most clear-cut mechanics. It costs 1 less to cast for each artifact you control. I'm going to say this now because it comes up a lot. It's a rules question I get asked a lot. First, you figure out what something costs, then you pay costs. That means that if I have 3 treasures in play if I have 2 treasures in play and I'm using them to pay for Voyage Home, they still count for affinity. So you can pay for Voyage Home with treasures, and they count for your affinity cost. You identify cost, you pay the cost. So treasures are good for affinity. First, removal. You need removal, you need a ton of it, and it's really hard to find in blue-white. Then your payoffs. Voyage Home is a payoff, and it's card advantage. Like, you need the things that say, I care about having a lot of artifacts next. Then your card advantage, then your artifacts. Artifacts themselves are really easy to pick up. If in terms of like literally this is an artifact, you won't have any trouble. But the cards that make artifact tokens, or that both are artifacts and reward you for having artifacts, you pick a little higher up. In the blue-white deck, being an artifact is something that is inherently valuable. That's why the vanilla creatures that are artifact creatures are valuable. You have to weigh your vehicles really carefully. Blue-white does not have as many. Blue-white doesn't have as many. Self-enabling vehicles as the other colors. Like, most of the self-enabling vehicles are blue and red, and there's a few in white. But you have to like take that weight carefully. We just talked about it. And then you can prepare a splash. There's a lot of good ways to splash in blue-white, especially black. Blue-white can splash black really well. Blue-black can splash white really well. Don says there are about treasures. So there's 2 ways to generate treasures. One of them is a little bit weak unless you're on the draw. The other is in red and very strong. All right, green-white rides. So green-white cares about vehicles and mounts. It's more about mounts, but the vehicles are useful. It has a lot of cards like Lagrin. When it attacks while saddled, it grows. This card is really good. It's bad on defense, but green-white cares a little less about cards being bad on defense because there's so many good cards for defense in green and white. The saddle cost is really low on Lagrin, and flying is very relevant. So first, you need your good mounts. You need mounts badly, and I should say good mounts because there's a lot of bad mounts or fine mounts, but being a mount is an inherently valuable thing because with Lagrin, it's really important that I have a mount on turn 2 and a mount on turn 3. Because a vehicle on turn 3 doesn't crew Lagrin or doesn't saddle Lagrin. Then your removal, there's not as much removal, and the good removal you need to take really high in green-white. There's a lot of removal in green that's like bite or fight, but that's not a free thing, bites and fights. Then combat tricks. Combat tricks are very good in this set. And then vehicles. You care a lot less about the vehicles. It's mounts, removal, tricks. It's probably other mounts. Let's go with okay mounts, and then vehicles. Vehicles are just, you have a lot less time to crew the vehicles in green-white. Your curve really matters. You have to pay careful attention to what you're playing on turn 2 and turn 3 as you draft. Know what the best uncommons are. This is important. Like, your commons, when you're like riding a creature or riding a vehicle, it doesn't matter what your 2-drop is at common. It's just gonna pilot. It's gonna drive. As long as it has 2 or 3 power, you don't care so much. But the cards that are actually doing the work, winning you the game, generating value like Lagrin, you need to know what these are going in. And then you have to know how you're breaking through. So in the past, there's been a lot of like, well, I'm just going to put creatures on the board and play an Inspire Charge, give everything +2/+0. Or I'm going to put a bunch of creatures down and generate tokens every turn. That doesn't work. There's no anthems in this set. There's no way to like force your team through. So you need to figure out how you're winning. So like the 2 best ways, like there's a lot of good ways at rare, but if you don't have the rares, the 2 best ways, there's 3 best ways. The 2 that you'll see most often are flyers. There's really strong and efficient flyers like Lagrin who grow every turn. And then there's just size. There's a lot of huge creatures or creatures that get huge, and your opponent might be able to block them indefinitely. So you need to actively work to give them trample. Your big creatures in this set do not have trample. The 6 mana 6/6 and 6 mana 8/8s in this set don't trample. The 5 mana 7/6 in this set doesn't trample. Chump blocking is good as a result, but you have to give them trample. Okay, so to answer a few questions, I'm just checking for questions. Boros versus Selesnya. Boros has more evasion, but more vehicles. You have to expend more creatures per creature. Like, you have to use actual pilots in Boros. Selesnya, your mounts are good enough creatures without being saddled, for the most part. And then Termus asks what my best tip for sealed deck building is. Know how you're building value and stress your colors for removal in sealed specifically. You need removal. So we'll talk about the mono white Mario card. Yes, so the third way to win the game is the other Signpost uncommon. It's a 3 mana 3/4 that untaps all your creatures and grows your team. That card's absurd. Really good. All right, air response unit. It's a 3 mana 3/3 flying vigilance. That's a great stat line. You will always have to feed a creature into it to use it. All vehicles that aren't creatures are going to be inherently a little lower, but this is a good card. It's just your vehicles have diminishing returns, so you cannot pick vehicles very highly. If this is one of your 3 vehicles, great, you're gonna be happy with that. But like, usually it's not. It's sad how efficient this card is for how often you're going to have to cut it. But like, a 3 mana 3/3 flying vigilance is really strong. A 3 mana 3/3 flying vigilance that requires you to tap a creature to attack or block with it is not very inherently strong. I gave it a 3 with a floor of a 3 and a ceiling of a 5. There are good actually, we're gonna move on to the next card because this card is also a 3. These cards fit nicely into a deck together. There are a few ways to cheaty activate your vehicles, and the more of those you have, the better your air response unit is. The Alacrian Armory, is not an irrelevant line of text, and attacking is nice. It's a little bit balanced in that the first line of text is really useful for defense, and the second line of text is only useful for offense. But there's a lot of hoops to jump through to make this work. There's a few really cool vehicles that go well with the Armory, but again, this is not something you can start on. If you have so good question, Carl. Would Armory have been OP at 1 white? It's just not. I gotta raise the effort value on this. 1 sec. We're raising the effort value on this, but this card is not unplayable by any means, but you cannot count on the cards needed to make it work. So if you're paying 4 mana to crew your air response unit, you would always rather play a creature to crew your air response unit than play a 4 mana Alacrian Armory. But if you are attacking with a 7 power vehicle, because there is a 7 power vehicle that costs 3 mana, that you have to crew 5, then it's a lot better. So the problem is that it takes a vehicle slot. This is a card that works well with vehicles, but it takes that slot. How many non-creature creatures can you play? Can you fit into your deck? How many turns in a row can you play a body that doesn't block or attack without help? And the answer is not very many. But 2 is the upper limit. So you can build around this and make a cool deck. You can make cool things happen with this, but it doesn't affect the board enough on its own. Yes, Domino. If you drop 2 cards to start your engines, you're still at 1 speed. And don't be sorry. Questions are great. If I don't have time to answer your question, I just won't. But just so everyone else knows, since this is being recorded, I only answer questions between slides. Okay, so this is one I had at a 2 or a 3 until I played Early Access. This card's good. I didn't understand how good this card was until I played with it, so I'm going to need you to trust me. Being a 1 mana mount is inherently valuable. Triggering your Cloudspire coordinators for 1 mana is really strong. You saddle 3 feels like a really high cost. And it is. It's not cheap. But what ends up happening is you play it on turn, like, just to lay out a few scenarios for how the glider plays. So all 1-drops are good on turn 1. Right? So on turn 1, you play this, and then on turn 2, you start your engines, and now you have an attacker that hits. Like, that's really, like, you're on 2 speed on turn 2. That's really difficult, really strong. But that doesn't happen every time. So you draw this in the late game. Well, now you'll have thopters or pilots hanging around that can crew this, and it punches through for 2 damage in the air. There's a huge difference between a 2/2 flyer and a 2/3 flyer. Your opponent is likely going to have to spend removal on this. There's lots of cards, like in red-white, there's a vehicle, a 4-mana 2/3 vehicle that puts 2 counters down in general. And it can be difficult to have enough bodies in play or keep enough bodies in play to use those counters, and this helps with that. And cards like Lagarin really want other mounts to grow on it. So, like, this card does something in every archetype. So Wing Sphere, that's okay. It's okay to see it, but do me a favor and come and report the 3rd time you lose to this card. Not even the 1st or the 2nd. Tell me the 3rd time this card kills you, and we'll see how long it takes. Yeah, we'll go with 3rd time. 3rd death. That's for everybody here. The 3rd time this card kills you in a day, in a given draft, come and tell me. It just does a little bit of everything that every deck wants. Like, it's always a resource to punch in with it, but, like, in your red-white deck, this just makes an extra pilot. It's a good card. I was wrong. My initial rating on this was a 2. I bumped it up 3 ranks after seeing it in action at early access, after feeling it out. Brightfield Mustang. This card is bad. Like, we've talked about this a few times before. You can't play cards below rate in this format. It sucks. Like, if you have 2-drops and 3-drops above rate, and a lot of them, then you can run this and it'll feel good, because a 4-mana 3/3 that attacks as a 4/4, then a 5/5, then a 6/6 does eventually take over the game, but not being able to block the turn it comes down feels so bad. Like, this doesn't block your opponent's 3-drops well, or their 4-drops at all. But with other good cards, if the rest of your cards are good and above rate, if you have good 1, 2, and 3-drops, it's fine. And that is most likely to happen in the mount stack, but, like, it's a little homeless otherwise. Right. But so Don says, you can see they can see themselves dying to this card when your opponent has a good creature before it and removal spells after it. That's not because of the Mustang. Good creatures on curve plus removal spells turn anything that develops size over time into a game-ending threat. But there's a lot of 3-drops that do that too. That's a good point, Ottawa, and we'll talk about that when we get to blue, but not as much as you would think. So there's a 2-mana 1/3 that exhausts to become a 3/5, and then a 2-mana 1/3 in black that dredges. That's actually why I think the 2-mana 1/3 is so good. And, like, this isn't a first pick, but it's something that the mount red white and white black, like, everything but blue white wants the glider. Blue white does not want the glider, and I should go ahead and drop the floor to 3 because of that. But, like, green white wants 2 or 3 gliders. It does its job so well. You know, I didn't run into the 1-mana red pilot much. Like, it's not about... All right, so we're going back to this card because I think it's worth talking about. So we're going back to the glider. It's not about the individual cards that beat the glider, because every individual card kills the glider. if your opponent has to spend their spin out or their lightning strike or even the pilot, the red pilot on this card, you're happy. And it's not a dead card in the late game. 2/3 flying is very good on a stat, like just as a stat block. Saddle 3 is a cost, but not when you have pilots. Like, it does its job on turn 1 and it does its job on turn 5, and your deck shouldn't be in the late game with the gliders. That's a good point, Carl. Like, if they're leaving back their, if your opponent leaves back their 2-drop because they're afraid of you saddling your glider, then it's doing its job. So this is the card that I have the biggest difference on with other content creators, but I think we're going to start seeing I was in line with other content creators before I played with the card, and I think the other content creators are going to be coming around on it too. Hey Candid, how's it going? We're about a third of the way through white, and we've only done black and white so far. Up next, Broadcast Rambler. This is just a good card. Like, a 5-mana 5/4 vehicle isn't great, but a 5-mana 5/4 vehicle, a 5-mana 5/4 creature that leaves a Thopter behind is really good. So like, this is a 5/4 that, if they kill it, leaves a Thopter behind, spread across 2 bodies, and it accrues itself right away. It's very good in white decks. It would probably be higher, except for 5s are very good. There's a lot. Yes, this is a self-driving car. There's a lot of really good 5-drops that it competes with, and white decks can obviously only hold so many 5-drops, but this is one of the better 5-drops. Definitely the best 5-drop at common. Yeah, best 5-drop at common. It's also 2 artifacts. So like, this is a 5-mana 5/4 that leaves. Would you? All right. Well, Wingspear, would you play 5-mana 5/4 that wasn't a vehicle that made a Thopter? Like, so just as a breakdown, Thopters are often worth a whole card. So if you're black-white and you can make that Thopter into a whole card, this is a 2-for-1. If you're blue-white, you want vehicles and you want things that make 2 artifacts. If you're red-white, you want things that are 2 bodies, and if you're green-white, you want things with a type line vehicle. So like, this is a solid body in every color. It's pretty cool. Like, this is a fantastic design to me. But being a self-driving car is exactly what it is. And like, one of the dangers in this format and in other formats is like tapping out for a blocker that they then kill. Your opponent doesn't get to stop the blocks with one removal spell, and it blocks both on the ground and in the air, even if it doesn't block well in the air. Oh, thank you, Herrix. I think I might. Appreciate it, buddy. All right, Canyon Vaulter. This card is really good when it's saddling a mount or crewing a vehicle. Really pretty weak otherwise, because 3/1's kind of a liability, but like, having your aggressive creature grant flying to mounts or vehicles is really good. This is a very I'm gonna go ahead and lower it to a 5 because it's tough. You need the really good vehicles to make a play at the ceiling of a 6, and after finishing the set, they're not guaranteed. You're not guaranteed the good vehicles, but this is a really cool card. Just giving things flying is cool. Yeah, I gave it a floor of 3, ceiling of 6. It's usually going to play closer to a 5 because you'll get some vehicles, but the more vehicles you have, the better card this card is. This is what you want saddling. So the 3/1s for 2 are good, Wingspear, but there's a 3-mana Pyroclasm at instant speed with cycling. There's a 1-mana to give a creature -1/-1 with cycling. There's pilots everywhere, and there's a fair bit of pings. So like, a 3/1 isn't something you can do for free, but it is good. So they don't always seem to do work. They're totally contextual, the 3/1s. Like, the 3 power creatures aren't even guaranteed to trade, but it's cool in general. Cloudspire Captain. This card's good if it's pumping. Like, a 3-mana 2/3 is bad. 3-mana 3/4 is great. It's easy to put out a big pile of mounts and vehicles. It's another, like, this is really good with Brightfield Glider. But yeah, pumping all your vehicles and mounts with 1 card is pretty good, even if it's a really good pilot on its own. So I gave it a 5 on average, floor of 4, ceiling of 6. If you have enough saddles and mounts, it's gonna play like a 6. Otherwise, it's gonna be a 4. Cool card. Collision Course. So this card, if there were more removal in this set, this card would be lower. It's not the best removal spell, but it will usually, the fail case of destroy target artifact is not the worst thing. So the nice thing about Collision Course is it's destroy target creature or vehicle most of the time, and it counts your vehicles as well. So like, you can safely stop, like, it is harder for your opponent to interact with this card than usual, because it's harder for them to kill vehicles at instant speed than it is for them to kill creatures at instant speed. That ends up being just a very strong and efficient removal spell in white. It is difficult to have it be worse than 3 damage. But it's great having something that deals 3 or 4 damage to a creature safely, but also takes out a giant vehicle when you need it to. There's also a lot of good non-vehicle artifacts. Like white. So that's a really good point, Wingspear. So Wingspear says they can't give it the same grade as murder. In most sets and colors, that would be correct. But this is already... White doesn't do things at instant speed. White has to play its things pre-combat. If I want to attack with my Broadcast Rambler and I have a Canyon Vaulter, I need to play my things pre-combat anyway. And it feels weird, I know, but you have to take this so high in white. Removal is just really important, and you need a lot of it. You need so much removal. And like, being able to hit a creature or artifact is better than hitting creature, just inherently. Like, being able to hit a creature or artifact is comparable to being an instant in this set, both because the combat tricks are less prevalent and because most of the, like, that makes most of the reason you need to be an instant to hit a vehicle. You need 3 creatures to kill anything decent, but that's pretty trivial. Like, there's so many things that just leave bodies behind, or sit and play because they're vehicles. Like, you might be right. Like, it might only be a 5, but I found it to be white's most important removal spell. Like, white doesn't have an O-ring in this set. Like, if we do... So like, Wingspear is not totally wrong, but there's not competition. Like, you'll never have to... There's no journey... There's not one single Oblivion ring. There's no pacifism. There's no... Yeah. So just... Things missing from this set are Oblivion Ring, Pacifism, Clean Way to Exile a Creature. There is a Destroy Target Creature with Toughness 4 or greater. No, I actually gave Ride's End the same exact rating. So we're just going to jump ahead a little bit. Yeah, I gave them the same rating. Like, they're good in slightly different decks, but I will play both of them in all white decks. You know, like, the thing is, even if I have no creatures in play, there's a good chance I'm going to be able to kill a creature at artifact. Like, if we go over here, common and uncommon type artifact. Let's take a look at the artifacts we have available. There are 53 artifacts in the set. Like, every color has a good chunk of artifacts that we need to hit, but not green. But green black does. If we go by, all right. So this I'm not saying you're wrong, Wingspear. Let's think about this. So black white wants this card. Blue white wants this card, but is worse than blue white. But blue doesn't have enough removal, so you still have to take this pretty high. Red white, it's best in red white, but there's the most competition also for removal, so I guess you don't need it quite as much. Green white needs every copy of this card it can find. Like, green white really needs this. So I think what that means is we're going to go ahead and drop the rating to a 5, raise the ceiling to a 7, and up the difficulty. Thank you. I think that's right. All right. Daring Mechanic. So The problem with Daring, so this card is this is a good card. It's harder for blue-white to put out the same number of permanents. So blue-white is really good at making artifacts, not necessarily at making vehicles. And a lot of the blue-white cards are like, I am an artifact, therefore you will play me. Not necessarily I am an artifact that makes a Thopter, or I am a creature that makes a Thopter. So like, you can make it work in blue-white, but you need more specifics. Yeah, this dude is a neighborhood dad. Look, we have established, once upon a time, a child or a cat in Magic was a 1/2, and then a fully grown, well-trained adult was a 1/1, and then we had Doctor Who, where a guy with no experience in his garage, because he has a sandwich, is a 4/4, and the police with no training are 4/4s. So now regular dads can be 3/3s. That's what Magic is now. So a 3-mana 3/3 is a good stat line in this set. And this is a good ability that requires mounted vehicles. The only reason, so this is a card that will play pretty well, but this effect, like 4 mana get value, 4 mana grow, that's just a replaceable effect. It's not that this is a bad card that you should be upset about playing, but you don't have to pick it that high. You never want 2 of these in play at once, and you would almost all, like, it does take slots away from mounts and vehicles, but I like this card, and I will almost always play the first copy. I just won't have to pick it that high to do that. Yeah, I love this card, by the way. Like, I love the flavor text. I love the flavor of it. I like that. Like, I like that this is a 3/3 in this world, and maybe it wouldn't be in another world. But, like, he's a guy. That's cool. Like, he's not a mage. He's a guy with skills, and he's using those skills, and that's why he's a 3/3. I like that positive role model. That's a good comparison. Yeah, I gave it a floor of a 3 with a ceiling of a 5. I will often take the first copy out of 5 in a mounts deck. You're not guaranteed to have mounts or vehicles. Like, you want the mounts and vehicles first. All right, so I gotta talk about Detention Chariot. A 6-mana 6/6 removal spell. Your opponent can kill artifacts. This will not permanently answer things like it would in other sets. And tempo-wise, 6 mana is not where you want an O-Ring, but I still gave it a good rating because it has cycling for 1 mana. If your card cycles for 2 mana, that's not enough to inherently make it stronger, but cycling for 1 mana does. It's much easier to find a spare planes than it is to find 2 spare mana. But yes, exactly. Animating your O-Ring is dangerous, Don. Like, you got it exactly right. And an artifact O-Ring is fragile. Like, the good cards people are already playing destroy artifacts and vehicles in this set. If your like, we've seen this a lot in like Theros with enchantment creatures, right? Small enchantment creatures, very good. Small artifact creatures, very good. Large enchantment creatures, large artifact creatures, much weaker. Because it's so easy for your opponent to kill their 6 mana spell with just 2 mana or 1 mana. All blue, white, green. So blue disables artifacts. But it does bounce artifacts efficiently and consistently at instant speed. But green does it for 1 mana on strong cards they're playing anyway. White does it for 2 mana on strong cards they're playing anyway. Red does it for 2 mana on strong cards that they're playing anyway. Also on creatures for free and with cycling. Black is the only thing that's bad at killing artifacts, but is great at killing vehicles. Yes, but the fact that it has cycling means that if there's any risk at all attached, you're okay with it. And it's a 6/6. Like, this is a 6/6. Creatures are very good. Large creatures are very good. You are okay temporarily disabling your opponent's creature as a 6/6. So, like, it's still a good card, but, like, if this were a 6 mana 6/6 vehicle, destroy target creature, it would be an 8. That ceiling of a 7 is directly related to your ability to reanimate this and your ability to protect it. So there are in this set 2 different reanimation spells for cheap on vehicles, and this cycles. So you can cycle this on turn 1 and then reanimate it for 4 mana, or you can cycle it on turn 1 reanimated for 5 mana with a black card, and the black card also makes a pilot. There's lots of niche situations where this is very strong. Being a vehicle is a blessing and a curse. So the more blessing it is for you, the closer it is to a ceiling of 7. But you can't just cram it into your deck. It's a cool card, and you will usually play this. Like, you will almost always play this. You need to have both enough removal and enough large threats. But like, you don't necessarily need to pick it over another removal spell. Gallant Strike, cool card. There's not a ton of targets, but the cycling really helps. And I always love it when you get to cast a spell for the same cost of cycle it. It's a little awkward because like late game is usually when cycling is better, and this is a late game removal spell. But like, there's enough pump spells and ways to grow creatures that you'll usually find a target for it. So it's solid removal. Like, the reason I gave Collision Course a 6 initially is I will usually take Collision Course over Gallant Strike, but not in some of the harder control decks. Yeah, the Reanimator decks are really cool. Like, you can do some cool reanimation decks. Up next, I think this is the best white uncommon. Let me check. Yes, this is the best white uncommon. Like, a 2-mana 2/3 with lifelink is good enough. That is something that is very good in this set. A 2-mana 2/3 is very good in this set. Like, anything above rate is inherently more valuable. Saddle draw a card is absurd. Like, this, you saddle this and it gets you a plains, but it's so difficult for your opponent to block. Like, this is a really tough thing to block on turn 2. And if it had no text, if this were a 2-mana 2/3 mount with no text, I'd play this. It's funny, like, with no abilities, if this were a vanilla with just its type line and stats, I'd play this. I'd play this with just the stats. But like, the fact that it is a mount, that it has lifelink, that it draws a card on attack, all put together make it absurd. It's really strong. It's absolutely first pickable, and you play it if you're in white. You don't splash it. I think that's the only reason it's not an 8, is like, I wouldn't put this into a green deck to splash it because I need to make sure that I have planes to get with it. But even the most aggressive decks want lands in this format. Your mana is very valuable in this format, in every color. Guidelight Synergist. Very good if you have enough artifacts. So 4-mana 1/4 flyer, bad. 4-mana 2/4 flyer, actually not terrible. Like, a 4-mana 2/4 flyer is a reasonable stat line. I wouldn't do a 4-mana 2/4 artifact creature because it's so fragile as an artifact. Like, if you have 4 toughness and fly, then you died all the niche removal spells, even if you survive Lightning Strike. But this can be a 5/4 or a 6/4 or a 7/4 so easily, and yeah, look at his little face. I like that. Declarative. A unit is only as strong as its network. So I gave it a 4. Floor of 2, ceiling of 6. It'll play somewhere between. The more artifacts you have, the better up to a point. Like, there's just not that much of a difference between a 6/4 and a 12/4. The Aetherdrift robots are very cool. Like, I have my dually here this is from the bazaar. I always keep it on my desk with me. It brings me good luck, and it's like the same vibe. Yeah, so this is a really good card, but it's artifact dependent. Like, the more artifacts you have, the better. But there's a lot of ways to, like, make a pile of Thopters. It's so cute. This is a gift from Homebrewed. It's like, he's my buddy now. Interface Ace. I like this card. You have to be a dedicated vehicle or mounts deck. But it is a 2-mana 0/4 is not terrible stats. And this is the only thing that crews 2 vehicles by itself. Like, this crews 2 vehicles alone. This is one of the few cards that lets you play more vehicles. So it's a 3 with a floor of 2, but what I've been saying about you can only fit 2 or 3 vehicles in your deck, this changes that. Like, if you have a deck with 7 vehicles that you need to be playing, now you're drafting these aggressively. Like, you need to take the good vehicles first, and it'll happen. Like, you'll open packs with a bomb rare vehicle, get past a bomb rare vehicle, and then open another bomb rare vehicle, and then pick up 2 more. And then you'll also just have the random incidental vehicles where your Thopters die. Like, this is not a good card inherently, But when you need this for your deck, you'll need it a lot. And there are going to be decks that are not upset to play 3 or 4 of these. So like one creature that is difficult to kill crewing 2 vehicles is a useful thing for specific archetypes and card combinations. So that's why the ceiling is so high. But you really need a lot of rares. Yeah, it's a secret signpost card is a good way to define it, Don. Like if you have the rares, this card is good. All right, Leonin Surveyor. This card is just efficient. A 2-mana 2/2 first strike is good enough on your turn. Starting your engines on turn 2 is 3 times as good as starting your engine on turn 3, and then having it replace itself later is valuable. Low effort, good card. If you don't have other start your engines cards or aren't good at perpetuating it, it's got that floor of 4. So it's not that it's ever going to be a bad card for you, but blue-white would rather put an artifact in this slot. Green-white would rather put a mount in this slot. But it's not a card you're upset if it fills up your 2-drop slot because you didn't get the correct creatures for the archetype. So it's a nice replacement to have. Like, you'd play a 2-mana 2/2 first strike in this set, even if it's only on your turn. Like, on defense, a lot of cards... So one thing I forgot to mention, a lot of cards that traditionally would only be good on offense or defense have that gap bridged by vehicles. So like if I have a 4/4 vehicle with a crewed cost of 2, then I use this on offense, and if I have to leave it back, then I can crew my vehicle to block with. And if I really have to leave it back and I just chump with it, drawing a card is a nice payoff. Good 2-drop. Okay, so this one I came back to a bunch of times. 1 mana +2/+2 is just good. So much of the removal in this set deals 3 damage, or gives -2/-2, or gives -6/-6, or deals 6 damage. That pumping a creature at instant speed is pretty great, and I love cycling on my combat tricks. Like, cheap spell is useful in red-white. This is going to feel like a removal spell most of the time, because your opponent has to block anyway. And it's tough to hold mana up for any trick that costs more than 1 mana. This I think is a nice bonus. I'm giving this one a revisit, but I think it's actually kind of great. Like, 1 mana tricks are so powerful in this set, and there's only 2 1 mana tricks. That's not true. There's a red 1 mana trick, but it's red and X. Light wheel enhancements. So starting your engines for super cheap is great. But this card doesn't do that unless you have cheap creatures, and a majority of the cheap creatures already start your engines. So this is a good card for start your engines decks that have the cheap creatures that aren't engine starters, which is a lot of rares. There's really good rares, and I saw it happen one time during early access where they had turn 1 vehicle, they had the vehicle, the glider, a Basri Ket, and then they played a turn 4 start your engines cards, and they were like, I think it was Gex. Might have been Gex. No, Gex was the vanilla creature player. But Gex was like the rares kept me from starting my engines. It's a weird problem to have, but it'll come up. If you are a reliable max speed deck, this is very good. Like, having this always be something your opponent has to worry about, especially when there's no way to exile cards from graveyards that's good, or exile enchantments, is a real problem. But it's so much easier to just start your engines with your regular 2-drops. If you're at the point where you're cutting this for your Basri Ket, then this card is good for you. It's a really good... When this card is good, it'll be a really good problem to have. Rakdos is the only deck that's dedicated to having speed fast. Black, white, and blue, white... No. Black, white, and red, white both get a lot out of speed, but don't maintain it or get it as fast. Blue, black is like control speed. It's a slow burn, and you get to max speed eventually, but you do care about it. Lotus Guard Disciple, this card's just good. This is a Wind Drake that enables 1 attack. Like a 3/2/2 flyer, almost good enough, just not quite. But saying, I get to attack this turn is really valuable. Like, you get to do it on a vehicle and then crew the vehicle with this card, or you get to force a creature through to make max speed happen. And the lifelink is very useful if you're in an aggro mirror. If you're not, you're happy for the Indestructible. This is a good 3-drop. It's a little awkward in that you can't have like 6 of them. Like, this if this is your only 3-drop, is kind of bad. It's better as like a turn 5 play. You play a 2-drop and a 3-drop in the same turn, which that's really good in like the red-white decks because you want to be able to double spell, but you also want to have a lot of 2s and 3-drops anyway. Excuse me. But this is a cool card that like turning on an attack is a valuable thing. I think I need to drop it. Like, it's not good enough in every deck, and things need to go kind of right for you to be happy about it. But I'm usually going to be happy with the first copy or two. One interesting thing about white in this set is you kind of do just, you want a variety of 3s. So many of the 2 and 3 drops have diminishing returns. Like, this is a cool card. You don't want the second copy in play ever. It's interesting design. You want to diversify your plays. So, Don, there are 27 flying creatures in the set. It's a lot higher than usual, so flying is a valuable thing, but not mandatory. There's a lot of reach as well. It's an important part of the set, but not centric, I'd say. Nothing says flying creatures get +1/+1. Nesting Bot. 1-drop that starts your engines, really good. 1-drop that starts your engines. That is an artifact that dies into an artifact, is pretty good. The +1/+0 is just a nice little bonus. This is a very good card for artifacts to start your engines, and just an okay card for vehicles and mounts. Yeah, it's a 4 in those decks. It's a 6 in the start your engines decks. Correct. White blue is an artifact. So white blue is really cool in this set because it is a white blue artifact deck. The majority of white blue's flyers are vehicles, so like you get to crew the flyers with your ground creatures. I love it. This card is so powerful at max speed and not good without max speed. The better your deck is at getting to max speed, the better this card is. Like this is one of the few cards that is unplayable if you can't get to max speed. Yeah, you can't play this without max speed. I like the flavor of that actually because it's a creature that's already been embalmed. It's a mummy, like it's a very put together zombie. I hate the pun though. Sometimes I like these puns. Yeah, floor of 3, ceiling of 6, usually going to be a 4. If you're like a dedicated start your engines deck, or the start your in this card is best in black white leaning start your engines. This card is great. Ride's End. So 5 mana, exile target creature. Like without the defensive mode on this is a set where 5 mana exile target creature is good enough at instant speed. Like we've had a lot lately where that was just too slow or not good enough. 5 mana exile target creature or vehicle is just strong enough in this set. I'd play that on its own. But the fact that you can pay 2 mana when you're on the back foot to exile creature is really important. Also, the traditional thing of like this is minor and doesn't affect the rating, but a 3/1 with vigilance will occasionally crew a vehicle, so you'll still be able to target it for only 2 mana. But this card is like, it's funny how different this card is from set to set. Roadside Assistance. So this card is good for 2 reasons. First, +1/+1 and lifelink, like that's solid stat line, and traditionally that wasn't quite good enough, but making a body makes it good enough. The nice thing about this one is it can target a vehicle, not a creature. So if you're worried that your opponent has an exile target, like a lightning strike, deal 3 damage to a creature, then you can play Roadside Assistance on the vehicle without it being a creature, and the spell will still resolve. It's a disaster if this spell doesn't resolve, because then you don't get the body. But +1/+1 and lifelink on a 1/1 is good. And then if you only have a vehicle in play, if you have like a light cycle, which is the scouter, this next card, like you can play this on the scouter and then use the pilot to crew the vehicle. So it's almost like a reverse. But yeah, I gave it a 5. The floor is a 4 and ceiling is a 6. Ceiling is a 6 is directly related to how many 2 mana vehicles you have and how good your individual vehicles are. But correct, you can drop this on your non-animated vehicles and then animate them with the pilot. It's a cool card. I know this is the past 10 years totally changed what auras are and do, and I love it. I love auras now. Like when I grew up playing Magic, auras were unplayable. You would never have any good auras. They were always going to be a 2-for-1 for your opponent. Spot Cycle Scouter. Like you only have so many slots available for vehicles, and you don't want to spend them on low impact vehicles. The vehicle mounts archetypes would rather have mounts in this slot. It's okay in affinity, but there are better things to do on turn 2. This card ends up being pretty average even with the Scry 2 attached. There are enough cards like Roadside Assistance that make it playable, just not fantastic. Like, you can make it really good if you know exactly what you're digging for, but it's going to feel like a filler 2-drop most of the time, especially when there's 2-drops like Sundial Dawn Tyrant available. I spent a lot of time talking about the importance of your creatures being above rate. Being above rate does not get much better than being just a 3/3 for 2 mana. It's an artifact, so it's got legendary typing. It's got diminishing returns because the more expensive ones you don't care so much because your opponent will kill them. But like, this is a fragile creature, your opponent will kill it, you can replay it. I wouldn't play more than 2 in a deck. Being an artifact is incredibly relevant. Being a 3/3 for 2 mana is incredibly relevant. And being a vanilla creature is relevant. Yeah, I gave it a 5. It's a vanilla creature with a 5. Isn't that awesome? Floor of 4, ceiling of 6. Cool card. Yeah, I hope this is your commander. All right, Switchwing Assistant. This card's pretty bad. I wouldn't pay 4 mana for a 3/4 with Vigilance. Like, even assuming I always had max speed, I still wouldn't be happy to play this card. Like, if you're a really controlling deck, hurting, it just never feel like a 3/4 with Vigilance is solid, but it's not always a 3/4 with Vigilance. Gave it a 3, floor of a 3. It's usually going to play at a 3. And if you are really good at getting your speed up without this card, and you just don't find any better 4-drops, then you'll have a 4 mana 3/4. But the things it competes with is so difficult. Yes, this is card 23. This is the last card you have to play when you're not too happy about it. Tune up. So this is not a generically or archetypally powerful card. This is a combo card. The card it combos with in white at uncommon is Detention Chariot. It's really, really good with Detention Chariot. It's really good with a lot of rare vehicles and uncommon but off-color vehicles. Like, I don't want to take this before I have the Chariot. You're just not guaranteed to get the cards you need to make this work. If you have it, they're really good. If you have the cards that need this, that this card needs, it's really good. I should go ahead and raise the ceiling to a 7. But yeah, I wouldn't take it before I have Detention Chariot. Chandra's Mom, Duretti, Loot, and Chandra. It's quite a tableau. I love this card. I love the art. I love the flavor. I like that this can change plane to plane. Like, I don't like cards that can only be here in this world at this time. Unless they're legendary. I make exceptions for legends. I even love this moment too. But yeah, this card gets really good with the right cards. Most of those are rares and specific uncommons. You can't slot it into an archetype. You can slot it in if you have 3 or 4 or 5 of them. Yes, it is always a creature. That's why it's so good with these things like Detention Chariot. So Detention Chariot, you cycle it, draw a card, and then you don't have to worry about a fairly high crew cost. But when a card needs specifics, and only specifics, then it's going to have a lower rating with a higher ceiling. I can raise this to a 3 because you can take this speculatively. Like, you can pick it kind of high, like, you know, pick 5 or 6. I thought I knew that, Don. I thought I fixed it at the beginning, and I don't know the answer to that. Sorry, Ben. You should be showing up on the on-screen chat, and you're not. Ben asked if tune-up makes the creature permanently, if it makes it permanently a creature instead of a vehicle. Yes, your vehicle is permanently a creature. It's really good with some of the cycling cards. Red has some cycling cards, white has some cycling cards, and black-green has cycling cards that you're happy to reanimate at common and uncommon. Otherwise, you need rares. If you have enough rares that your opponent has to kill anyway, you're okay tuning it up. Cool card. I'm just trying to express, like, this card is weak in a vacuum, but it's not unplayable. You get to make it work. All right, Unswerving Sloth. So this is a 5-mana 5/5 Saddle 4. Saddle 4 is an exorbitant cost, but it untaps those creatures. So what this actually says is when it attacks alone, it's indestructible. Occasionally you'll get to untap more creatures, and that's solid, but this card's a little bit homeless. Like, it's a little too expensive for green white. It's a little too slow, and it's not an artifact for blue white, but it is a powerful card in a vacuum. And it's a mount. So like, what you want to do is it's a really good way to break through their board in black white, because black white is so good at killing the large creatures, and then it's attacked through everything smaller safely. But it's kind of an attrition card. It's not something that actually breaks through. It's just for punching. Like, so it's a little bit of work. So I gave it a 3 with a floor of a 3. But when you don't have the rares or other ways to break through in your attrition deck, or if you're just looking for mounts that are on rate, that's at a ceiling of a 5. Good question, Gibbon. If you blink a creature that's made a creature, is it still a creature? No. If you blink a vehicle after reanimating it, it comes back as a vehicle, and you'll have to find pilots for it again. Quick Welder. This is a really good card in blue-white vehicles, but it's about specifics. Like, it's about finding the ways to twin spell, or finding your cantrip artifacts, or running 5-mana artifacts that now you can play the turn after that. Because the 2/4 body is pretty good, but you need to make sure you're getting something out of the cost reduction. It's a really cool card, though. All right, so we're going to move on to green. I need a cup of tea, so I'll be right back. We're gonna take a 2-minute break, and then we'll get started. Let's pull up our explanation, and I'll be right back. And I'll run an ad now if I'm allowed to. I am. Be right back. Need tea. I'm back. So given this set has removed, or here, this set has removed, we were doing green next. I'm a creature counter are pretty useful. Wizards has decided that it is no longer important that people be able to track what's going on. Like you're gonna have commander games now where you have to track day and night independently of each werewolf that flips without day and night and each player's speed at the same time. You have to track who's the monarch, who has the initiative, day and night, max speed. Like, it's an online game now. But yeah, like, and whether or not they're a creature. So one thing I will say about this set is like knowing whether or not they're a creature is kind of trivial. Like it's easy to move them around. Yeah, sorry, I'm trying really hard not to complain. I think I'm doing a pretty good job. I'll complain, like I complain about this game all the time, but during the set review, this is the one time that I got, it's so much easier if you're excited about the set, which I am. I was very skeptical, and the set has lots of things that I'm not happy about, but it does have, you have to track the initiative and each dungeon separately. Sorry. It has a lot of really cool aspects and flavor moments, just not overall. Yeah. So there are really cool aspects, and I think they actually, like, plain wise, flavor wise, it works. I like it a lot more than I liked MKM or, well, oh, you know, a lot of them, but like. It's not. I live in fear of people in hats, right? And then it's not. This doesn't feel that way. It doesn't feel like people in hats. We will always have to track a lot of things as Magic players. All right, on to red. So, I'm gonna do all of the color bears and the questions between slides. Let's do the ones we've already done first. So. Green black graveyards. So first you need card quality. You need bombs. You need the cards that are better than the other cards. Then you need like, and we'll go over what some of those are. Then you need your removal. Then your payoffs, things that care about putting things into the graveyard, because those are rarer than the cards that mill. Like the mill effects, the cards that put your own cards in the graveyard are valuable and important, but there's a lot of them. There's a lot of surveil and self-mill and everything. You are mid-range. If you're green-black, you have to be flexible. You need to put out creatures, you need to block, you need to interact, you need to be a mid-range deck. The value of being green-black is the value you can generate over time, and the ability to pivot between hitting them and blocking. There are a lot of ways to fill the graveyard. Like, you don't have to pick them up too high. A few of the best ones you will pick pretty high, but like, Broodheart Engine is good because it fills the graveyard and reanimates, and you want that flexibility before the strict like self-mill. Like a lot of the cards we've seen in other sets be high picks aren't just high picks just because they're a little more replaceable than usual. You have to ask yourself how much your types matter and draft accordingly. And here I'm also meaning type to be vanilla. A vanilla creature is a type, artifact is a type, vehicle is a type. And then figure out how you're punching through. We talked earlier about how the large creatures don't trample in this set. You have to give them trample. So you need to figure out what you're doing to kill them. Green-white mounts, you need your mounts first, then your removal, then your tricks. Combat tricks are very good in the mouse deck because so many of the all saddle triggers are on attack, and then you need vehicles. You don't need them as bad. Hang on, we figured out earlier that it was the okay mounts before the vehicles. So good mounts, then bad mounts, then vehicles. Vehicles are like not an inherently important thing. They're just useful for some cards like Lagarin. Your curve really matters. You need to figure out what you're doing in each point of the curve, and like curving out is more important when you're So it's more important that I go 2-drop, 3-drop when I have to use my 3-drop to enable my 2-drop. Because like it doesn't necessarily matter what I use to crew to saddle the Lagrin, but I have to saddle the Lagrin on turn 3. The turn after it comes down. That means you have to pay more attention to your curve someone asked earlier, you can't cycle your green white deck. You don't get to cycle something on turn 2 or turn 3, right? Like if you're blue white or blue black and you're gonna kill a bunch of creatures or wipe the board, you can take a turn off to cycle. That's not the case in green white. You want to know what the best uncommons are, what you're looking for. You want to know, like, I need to find my 3/4 that pumps the team. I need a way to make everything bigger. Or I need to find more flying uncommons. Or I need to find creatures that kill creatures, like the vehicle that exiles a creature. Know how you're breaking through, whether that is with large creatures or evasive creatures. Like this evasive creature will get there by just attacking over and over again. But there's not really an anthem, so it's tough to go wide around your opponent's blockers. You can do it with large creatures by giving them trample, or you can do it with small evasive creatures that grow over time. Red-green exhaust. We haven't done red yet, so this is our first time really talking about exhaust. Exhaust is an ability. I think exhaust might just be here to stay. Like, wow, it's so... All right, they shouldn't have started exhaust in the vehicle set because exhaust is a thing that vehicles have, but what you're doing is you're exhausting the ability. You only get to do it one time. This ability is something that, yes, we've had a ton of exhaust abilities. They just like activate this ability only once, right? That's something that lots of creatures have now. I think exhaust is going to be evergreen. Eventually, maybe not right away, probably not for at least 2 years, but like it just makes sense to have creatures with abilities you can only use one time. And all of the exhaust abilities are like a nice bit of gravy in this set. So lots of red, green, and blue. Every color has exhaust abilities. Red, green, and blue have the most. Red and green have the most, followed by blue. And they're very useful abilities. Like, let's say this didn't have this first line of text. If this were a 3-mana 3/3 that you could pay 6 mana to be a 5/5 later, you would still play this card. That is how most of the exhaust creatures feel. Exhaust ends up being very strong because of that. Like, most of the exhaust creatures are good before you use the exhaust ability. Red green gets to make them a little cheaper, make them a little better. They have cards that get bigger or reward you for using an exhaust ability. So it ends up just being really strong. Like, if you were to play a red green exhaust deck and all of the creatures had their exhaust abilities removed, if somebody said I seal you, if Seto Kaiba, or no wait, I should know this, if Pegasus used the Millennium Eye to seal off all exhaust abilities, Yugi could still win with just the creatures. They're all pretty good on rate creatures. So what you need first are your above rate creatures that you don't have to exhaust, and then ramp. And so ramp doesn't necessarily here mean like Boom Scholar, which reduces the cost of all exhaust abilities, but Boom Scholar is the best example. It could mean like the other red-green signpost makes treasures. There's a horse that makes treasures. Just ways that kind of develop your mana over time, or put 2 lands into play, like it's why we're worth splashing blue for that. Then your removal. Red and green do still need removal. They just need a little bit less of it because their creatures are on average so much stronger, and you get to use that threat of activation of like exhaust is instant speed, so I get to attack with my 3/3 into your 3/3, and then if you block, I'll use it. If you don't, I'll just play another creature. And then your win cons, you should know how you're winning. Like Boom Scholar is a very good win condition, just giving everything trample and becoming a 5/5. You need the creatures in play first. So like Lightning Strike is in this set, or there's a 3-mana deal 5 to a creature. If you have to choose between a 3-mana 3/3 and a 3-mana deal 5 on your turn 3, you almost always want the creature. You need to have creatures in play before you can do the things. Yeah, the Librarian had exhaust. We're going to talk about a Librarian in this set too, very soon. Yeah, so, and then This is a set where your mana sinks, your things to do with your mana late game. Some archetypes get them for free inherently, including red green. Some have to pick them. So you don't even necessarily want to cram your deck full of creatures with exhaust abilities. You want to think about how you're using all your mana in the late game. Like, this takes a turn. The threat of activation is as valuable as the activation. Hiccups. All right, and then finally, we're on blue-green. So blue-green is called green-blue ramp. It does have an exhaust sub-theme, but most of the exhaust abilities in blue-green tend to be a little more expensive than the red-green ones. Boom Scholar is an exception. There's a few things that it's good at like kind of cheating to repeat exhaust abilities too. This Aether Hive is so good because it make the first exhaust ability cruise it. So first you need your engines and your bombs. Blue-green is really good at splashing. So if you take an off-color bomb, it's okay. Then you need your creatures. Then you need the power. Like, I don't mean like creatures with high power. I mean specifically, you need to figure out what you're doing that is strong. Teamer exhaust is absolutely a thing, Don. And we'll talk about how we get there at the end of the green cards. And then you need your removal. I gotta swap these because I did this. I finished the blue cards. You need removal higher than your power cards. Yeah, you gotta take removal higher than your just strong creatures. 6 mana, 6/6s. Figure out where the value is in blue green. You don't get inherent value. Blue green doesn't have cards that are just like, I play this and it draws a card, or I pay 4 mana and draw 2 cards. And that's weird. Usually blue green has access to like a divination effect or a draw 3. But there's a lot of engines, things you can build. There's a green creature that lets you repeat exhaust abilities. That's a really good way to just generate Thopters. There's a lot of exhaust abilities that you can turn into card with some work, but you need to figure out what that work is and how you need to do it. Figure out how you're winning, what you're doing to actually end the game, and you need bombs. Like, you could be an engine bomb, something that just generates value. I consider the Aether Hive a bomb if you have a lot of exhaust abilities. But like, you need to either open bombs, start with bombs, or pick your own. So be prepared to splash colors for them in blue green. Blue green's really good at stalling. So like, you have a lot of bounce and like bounce a creature, draw a card, lock down a creature for a few turns. So you can stall until you find your bombs, but you need them too. Blue's got like weird, pretty interesting draw engines. But like, no, just this is a free card. I'm having key lime pie green tea with honey and lemon. And I have a teapot, which keeps it hot. And this nice Spirited Away teacup. It's so cute. All right, Alacrian Jaguar. I talked a lot about how important it is that your creatures are on rate in this set. If this were a 5/5, it would be great. You only really want this in a mount deck. Like, it does hit hard. A 6/6 vigilance is a big hitter, but you have to tap a creature in order to hit with it. Yeah, I mean, it attacks as a 6/6. So if you're the right deck, like, if you get stuck with this, it's not the worst. But the 5-drops are so good. Like, I really can't stress how powerful the 5-drops are in this set. It's nice. All right. Autarch Mammoth. This is up there for best uncommon. Like, this is a 6 mana for an 8/8. It's a 5/5 and a 3/3. Spreading it out across 2 bodies is really good. It's a mount, which is a relevant type. And saddle 5 is a huge cost, but like, in a stalled board, you can saddle 5 and just keep hitting. Like, making a 3, even if you're trading with a card, this will leave 2 3/3s behind. One from the attack and one from the ETB. It's a cool card. Beast Rider Vanguard. So I think this card's amazing, but there's no... The second one feels really bad. Like, top decking this in the late game, 5 mana to dig for a card is very strong in this. Like, it's only... I'm lowering the floor because it competes with exhaust for what you do with your mana. Green has so many good things to do with the mana that you don't need to pick it that high. Like, and it's not an exhaust ability, but it is a good ability. Yes, it can draw a land. I had a game where I was 21 cards deep without my second color. So I was just activating this with 5 forests trying to find a mountain. That was fun. All right. Yeah, it has diminishing returns, but I will always play the first copy. I'll usually play the first copy. It's just a little homeless, but it's a good ability. Oh, I love this card. It's so cute. It's not very... So this is not a great card, but there is Zard. There's an artifact creature that adds 2 mana for activated abilities. And that card is so cool. That card's a build around. Like, I want to draft 3 copies of that card sometime and be an activated abilities deck. All right, Bestow Greatness. So +4/+4 is huge. You should... This is not a good card as a combat trick, but I keep saying you need to find your win con. You need to know how you're going to win the game. This is not a bad answer. +4/+4 in trample is pretty good. There's double strikers in the set. Not a lot of things have trample. You can get a 10/10. You can turn. There's a lot of 6/6s. They just don't have trample. So Bestow Greatness ends up being pretty useful, but not as a combat trick. It is a win condition. And there are better win conditions. Like, this is something, like, occasionally, so you'll end up spending early picks on things like the Mammoth, and then your late picks, you won't always have the tramplers or ways to grant trample that you need, but Bestow Greatness is a good fail case, so it's good to be aware of. Broken Wings, this is a whole point higher than it is in other sets. It is difficult not to have a target for this card. It does have diminishing returns, and it's bad early. A lot of the things you need to kill early are not going to be targets. Very good tea. I put some honey and lemon in its key lime pie green tea, and I have this little, look at this teacup. It's honey and heat are good when you have to talk without stopping for 5 hours. Yep. So you want to mix this card with things that, like, slay the things you need to. It's not good if it's your only removal spell, but I will pretty much always play the first copy of Broken Wings in this format. How you doing today, Sandy? It's good to see ya. You need other ways to kill. You need other removal spells. Like, you'll need ways to... This takes out flyers and a lot of pesky vehicles, but you can't play 4 of them. So you need to pick... It's just instead of mix with other removal is what it should say. But I have a very limited space. So... Protection spells are very good in this format. 1 mana to give a creature hexproof and indestructible is a good enough card that I would play on its own. But if I have no other cards, making a pilot at instant speed is also really useful. Like, if I have a Ranger's Aetherhive in play and my opponent attacks, then being able to make a pilot to block with my Aetherhive is great. Like, you're going to use the protection more often than the pilot, but the pilot option is really good. This is nice to have. Dredger's Insight. So this is the bad if this is 2 mana, dig for a card in your top 4, and gain a life, that's pretty good. In the dedicated graveyard deck, you really want this card because 2 mana mill 4 is a useful thing. It's very difficult to whiff, but it does happen. It doesn't really happen, but you can like, it stacks well, and you'll gain, the life gain is not irrelevant. You'll gain 4 or 5 life over the course of a game in a green-black deck. Like, it's best in green-black, but I'll play it in blue-green. Digging 4 cards deep is useful. All right, so this is one I had to play with. 5 mana, 7/6. The thing is, like, 5 mana, 7/6 vehicle with crew 3 isn't great, but the exile an artifact creature from your graveyard is really strong. Like, if you play this on turn 5 and there's nothing in your graveyard, then you're probably winning. If you play this on turn 5, and like the thing is, this is an actual cost, so you need to plan to crew it half the time. If you plan to crew it half the time, you'll be okay. The other half, you can exile things in your graveyard. Like, it's useful. Dredge's Insight, if you have 10 creatures in your graveyard, you can activate this ability 10 times and gain 10 life. So it's got lots of little niche combos, but like, you'll run out of ways to crew it from your grave. That would be awesome. I'd play this. This would be constructive playable if we could get any card. Elvis Refueler. So if this lets you reuse exhaust abilities during your turn, you gotta be a little careful. Like, 2-mana exhaust. If this were 2-mana exhaust, do nothing. There are still cards you'd play this with, like to generate Thopters. This has so many little combos that are really strong, like make a Thopter every turn. It does only let you reuse exhaust abilities on your turn, because you can exhaust at instant speed. So if this is a very powerful card, and it has a lot. Oh, it does go with Insidious Roots Dawn. I might build that. Yeah, so Elvish Refueler, it can keep growing. And it can grow pretty big on pretty fast. Like, it sucks being below rate at first, but you're only below rate for one turn. Then you get to grow every turn the whole game if you want to. This is a very powerful card. Goes in every green deck, even if it's awkward against aggro. All right, Fang Guardian. Splashable, inherent 2-for-1, just a solid card. Like a 4-mana 4/2 that pumps something is good. And it can pump a vehicle and then crew the vehicle at instant speed if your opponent's attacking. It will usually win a combat and leave a 4/2 behind, and that kind of 2-for-1 is just strong. It's a good card. It goes into most decks, but yeah, I'm raising the 4 to 5. Fang Druid Summoner. 4-mana 2/4 reach, draw a card is really good in this format. You just have to make sure it's drawing you a card. So if you have a good creature with no abilities, which is not automatic, right? Like, you're not guaranteed a good creature with no abilities, then this is a good card. And if you don't, it's not. That's all there is to it. Like, there's 6 vanilla creatures in this set that are playable. 3 of them are good. If you have 2 of those 3, this is a very good card. And if you don't, then don't play it. Like, I wouldn't pick this before I had a... If I don't have a Sundial in my green-white deck, I am not picking this card. And then if I do, I'm picking it very highly. Because, like, but if I have, I'd say 2 targets, like, you can make do with 1 target, but 2 is better, just because you might already have it in your hand. I'd say you want at least as many vanilla creatures as you have Fang Druid Summoners. It does get the card from the graveyard, which is relevant, but not from play or from your hand. Yeah, you need targets. A 4-mana 2/4 reach body is just pretty good. There are 1 vanilla legendary uncommon for each color and an extra 1 in green. And we'll talk about that in a few cards. But yeah, it's just about targets. If you have the targets, this is a really good card, and if you don't, ignore it. Correct. We call them vanilla, but that's just shorthand. Correct. We're going to talk about that. We'll get to that one soon. Greenbelt Guardian. So I said a lot. You need to know how you're winning the game. Trample is a valuable commodity, and know how you're punching through. This is a very efficient creature that does that. It's a 2-mana 2/2 that gives everything trample, and it becomes a 5/5. Like a 6-mana 5/5 or a 2-mana 2/2 is really good. Being an exhaust ability is really good. Trample is relevant. This is just a very good card that every green deck wants. It's even better in exhaust decks. But it's always gonna be a body. Cool card. This card's just good. 4-mana 4/4 trample reach would be good enough. The 7 mana for 3 counters is just gravy, and it's good gravy. But yeah, This is a very efficient creature. It's competing with other 4-drops, but it is... There's a lot of cards in the set that are like, I'm going to make value, but be a 3/4. Or I'm going to enable a Thopter or exhaust and grow. And they all struggle to deal with just big. Just I am bigger than you on curve. Yeah, good card. I love this card too because it's a sandworm, but then you've got the little cars. There's like Hot Wheels cars. All right, Gibberic Omnivore, 2-mana 3/2, fine. Like, it does tend to trade up. It's a good sized body. You really want to have the things that care about vanilla creatures. So like what I'll usually have, the play pattern for this Fanged Druid Summoner, I'll usually be happy with this card plus 1 legendary vanilla creature and then 1 Omnivore. Like 2-mana 3/2 is a reasonable body. I'm happy with it. You want your 2-drops to aid your game plan in this game. And if I am an exhaust deck, I would rather have the Greenbelt Guardian. And if I am a Bramp deck, I'd rather have the Beast Rider Vanguard. But if I care about vanilla creatures at all, I'm happy to replace either of those with the Omnivore. Yeah, so I gave it a 4, floor of 3, ceiling of 5. It'll usually play out at 4. Lockdown Surveyor, 3-mana 3/3 is solid. Green just doesn't... I need to lower this. Because green, it turns out, doesn't care at all about starting your engines. It's very bad at getting up to speed also. That's not the green vanilla, that's a green vanilla. We'll show you the green vanilla soon, Don. I think you're going to love it. This is a vanilla 3-mana 3. I would rather play this as a vanilla 3-mana 3/3. Like, green cares so little about starting his engines and is terrible at getting up to max speed. They don't have any way to punch through other than being bigger and trampling, and it's likely that a given green deck will only deal damage 4 times over the course of the game anyway, for lethal. So, like, this is a supporting card if you're starting your engines in the other colors. But otherwise, it's just replaceable at all the levels of the 3-drops. Ooh, Gigantosaurus would have been an awesome one, but that was not legendary. Ketrodon, this card's just good. 6-mana 6/6, gain 4 life with reach. This is a brick wall. And even if your opponent has the removal spell for it right away, you still gain the life. So it's one thing you'll find happens a lot in Magic is like, if I pay 7 mana for a 7/7 and then they kill it and they're still hitting me, then I'll feel like I'm way behind and I can't win this game. But gaining 4 life or more, we've found recently, it's happened a lot in recent sets, is a really good way to circumvent that drawback. More than that, if you don't have 6 mana, this cycles, and if you're reanimating, this cycles and then comes back. This is a very good green common. Like, usually, if I have 4 copies of a given 6-drop, I just have to cut some of them, and the cycling helps me play 4 copies of this. It's very good. It's just monstrous. Like, I think we're gonna see exhaust a lot. Cyclosaurus. Molt Tender. So this is a set where ramp creatures are very good. Like, if a creature makes mana, it's very strong inherently because it helps you stop the engines or enables your engines, or enables your speed. But this one, tapping to mill a card or make a mana is great. And since there's only 1 card, you'll have extra instants and sorceries or enchantments to exile for mana. It's great in green-black. It's solid elsewhere. Everywhere else, this makes a mana every other turn. In green-black, this makes mana... I think this is a 6 or a 7 in green-black and a 4 or 5 everywhere else. Ooze Patrol. If this is a 4-mana 4/4 that milled you 2 cards, you're happy. But green-black has so much recursion that chances are you'll play this on turn 4 as a 4/4 and then again the same copy on turn 8 as a 4-mana 8/8. It's just good. There's not a lot of ways to punish it, and it is a solid body. I gave it a 5, floor of 4, ceiling of 7 with medium effort. Ooh, Plow Through. 1 mana to destroy target vehicle is something I would play in this format. 1 mana to fight target creature is something I would often play in this format based on the size of my creatures. But This is just a really good card for green. Like 1 mana, deal with something that you have to deal with is how this will usually work out. Fighting is a little bit weird, but like fighting is strange in this format. But killing a vehicle is worth a mana. There's a lot of good vehicles. There's a ton of vehicle hate in this format. Like, it's not that there's a ton of vehicle hate in this format, it's that the goal of the design in this format was to make vehicles play like creatures. And part of that was making your vehicles easy to crew and numerous so that they're like creatures. And part of that was making sure that being a vehicle didn't make them less fragile than creatures. So, vehicles need to be played with and against like creatures, and your goal is always to make them into creatures. Point the way. This is a 2. So the problem with this card, there's 1 max speed payoff in all of green, and it's locked it on Surveyor. This is the only way payoff for having max speed. Like, that's why this doesn't say when you have max speed, do it. Like, you can pay 5 mana to go get 2 lands, or pay 5 mana to go get... Like, you pay 5 mana for 1 land on the turn you play this, or you pay 5 mana for 2 lands, or you pay 4 mana for 4 lands after it matters. But starting your engines on turn 1 is something that is really good for a lot of decks to do. So it's not unplayable, but it's always awkward. So like if I'm a red-green deck that cares about starting your engines, I'm leaning really hard on my red cards. And green-blue just doesn't care about starting your engines. And the green-blue is the only place you would really want this effect. I believe that there is a 5-color start your engines max speed control deck, and I would like to play it. So I will be taking this some of the time, but I think that it's very difficult to make this card work. Pothole Mole. So 3 mana, 2/3, mill 3 cards, draw a land is something that's been really good in the past. In this set in particular, the mill is somewhat replaceable. There's a lot of good mill available, and there's an awkward thing that happens when you have enough self-mill and surveil where you can't play too much. However, this is a good card. There are even lands with cycling that you like. Night Market is a cycling land that fixes. You can cycle it, pick it up with the mole. Like, it's expensive, but it works eventually. Overall, this is a good card for green-black and reasonable elsewhere, but often you'll replace it. This is exactly an OTG. Wait, is it the same name? It might be the same name. All right, this I think is my favorite. Yeah, so Patient Naturalist I think was the OTJ one. OTJ one had like it would pick, I think it only picked up a land, but creatures that with ETBs were better in OTJ because there was actual blink in that set. Oh, that's right, that one made a treasure if you whiffed. Oh, hey, Farquad. All right, so this card is such a cool build around. So this is a card that is, if this returns 2 cards from your graveyard to your hand, then it's not good enough. This has to pick up 3 or 4 cards, and then it's really strong. Like, if this is getting back 3 or 4 cards, it's fantastically powerful. But if it's only getting back 2 cards, there's much better things to be doing. And like, if it 3 mana return 2 creature cards from your graveyard to your hand is fun. Yeah, I had so much fun with this in early access. So in early access, I built a deck explicitly to test this card. And what I found was that when I got, like, I had to play it to just get back 2 cards, and it felt awful. But yeah, if you get correct. So, I know it's a lot of text. It's creature, mount, vehicle, vanilla. So, vanilla creatures are specific to green. So, there's only 6 vanilla creatures that common or uncommon. There's 5 uncommon legendaries and 1 common. And this is a super fun build around. I'm going to build around with it a lot, but like it's difficult to have to balance equally your vehicles, vanilla creatures. So the nice thing about, yes, but they have to fit the types right. So mount is pretty easy. Like we're going to talk about the Logok at the end here, but mount is not terrible to do. Vehicles is pretty manageable because a lot of the vehicles cycle, and then creature is trivial. But like, I'd say you want 2 vanilla creatures, 2 mounts, 2 vehicles minimum. Because you do mill yourself a lot in green black, and then Rites in the Wreck is a lot of work. And the thing is, there's enough cheap creatures that like trade, like the Lagok, that you're okay with it. Yes, you can get 2 mounts, or you can get 2 vanilla creatures. So what it cares about is selecting one of each type, Wingspear. It's a good question. It's not great. Like, so Sar says, how bad is this card if it returns 2 cards? This is if your card is 3 mana to net you 2 cards without affecting the board, you're going to fall behind because your opponent's net 2 cards are bodies. So like this Rites in the Wreck is awesome, but if we compare it to black, we have this vehicle, Carrion Cruiser. This is a 3/2. You mill 2 cards, return a creature or vehicle from your graveyard to your hand. And this is also a 2-for-1, but one of the bodies comes to the board that turn. So it's not the worst. You can pick up strong rares with it or things that you need right now, but it's not even guaranteed to pick up 2 cards. Like you can have creatures in your graveyard. Like you can have 3 creatures in your graveyard with no bounce vehicles or vanilla creatures. Correct. This is a late game thing. So like this is a build around, and it's a really cool build around. Correct. But like cycling is something that you can use to generate extra value with it. There's a lot of cool vehicles with cycling. There's not any mounts or vanilla creatures with cycling, obviously. All right, run over. 1 mana, kill a creature at instant speed is just really good, and it's really easy to have vehicles or mounts in green. I gave it a 6. I know that feels high. 1 mana, kill a giant creature is incredibly powerful. Oh. Yes, but if you have to... that's still a large setup cost. If this is only giving you 2 cards and then you play one of them, then that means that you had to put work into getting those in there. And if I'm paying that kind of setup cost, I want more power. Like, if you're only picking up 2 cards, then we're not comparing it to a Carrion Cruiser. We're comparing it to... where to go? The Risky Shortcut. 3 mana, lose 2 life. Like it's it doesn't, but it's not enabling what you're doing. This is a payoff. It has no enabling attached. Right. Like I love this. The design on this is amazing. Yeah, but there's better things to do with your 3 mana. This card is better than it looks. It's easy to get a big enough vehicle or mount out. 1 mana kill a thing is something that is incredibly valuable in this set, and instant speed removal is incredibly valuable in this set. Like, this is a set where a bite at instant speed is strong, and this is better than a normal bite. This is not a good enough trick. Enchantment is not a relevant type. It is removal when you really need removal. Like you draft this not as a combat trick, but as a bad removal spell. It kills an attacking creature, and sometimes you'll need that, but things didn't go really great for you if that's what you need. Yes, you can enchant an artifact with it. You can enchant a vehicle with it. Here's another cool one. So this is reminiscent of the one in Foundations that exhausted to like this is 5 mana for a 5/5 spread across 2 bodies. Your opponent doesn't get to stop the elephant, and you can cut the costs apart. This is a really great card in the exhaust deck and most green decks. Doesn't have a lot of relevant typings, but the exhaust is nice, and having the body down early is nice. This is a really cool common. Like, this is what the exhaust deck wants most at all. This is a 6 in the exhaust deck. Everywhere else is just a solid set of bodies. Radiant Mythics, thanks so much for the follow. Oh, you got to do Pokestart. So Mythics, you type in !Pokestart, and we'll see what your starter is. I'm going to drink some tea while we find out, because I want to show down the next card. Yeah, elephants feel like they should trample. It's still really good, but it's a 5-mana 5/5, and spreading your 5/5 across 2 bodies is awesome. You got a Torchic? I don't think I've ever seen someone start with a Torchic. So now you can Poke Shop for Pokeballs, and then start. And then Poke Catch. But thank you so much for the follow, Mythics. All right, up next, we have the green vanilla creature. It's a 5-mana 9/7. Ooh, that's some stats. Triple green is a huge cost. So like this, I'm going to go ahead and raise the ceiling to a 6. But like this is still a build around that dies to removal. So like this is a really cool, like if you're a heavily based green deck, you can turn 4 Fanged Summoner and always have your 5-drop. Wait, where'd it go? But you need to have dinosaurs. You need to have a certain amount of vanilla creature payoffs. I don't think you can. I think there's good colorless lands and the green black. It's your mana restrictions are tough in green black. You have spin outs, you have Archfiends. You need to play your double black cards and your double green cards. Triple green is a big ask. Not here. So things don't fly on Muraganda, right? Things are vanilla. So we're gonna come back to this. No, Don. Green cards can't fix in this set. Our green fixing is like, it is a weird set. Our green fixing kind of Dredger's Insight. We've got this Molt Tender for fixing. This card's not playable. Portable, not guaranteed to hit your green source. That's it. There's no rampant growth. There's no search the body for clues. There's no 2-mana mana dork. There is a green vehicle that fixes. That's the next card. But like, it's not worth speculating on that. So I love this card. So this is the green card that I have the biggest difference on from other content creators. They call this unplayable. I think it's very good. I think having a vehicle is inherently valuable. It's an artifact, it ramps, and that 2 life isn't nothing. Often this will be a 3-mana mana rock that trades with the creature later in the game. I think it's great. This also makes mana the turn it comes down. It's not a creature. I think this card's really good. All right, Lagak. Excuse me. All right, so this, a 2-mana 2/1 Death Touch that has the type Mount is just something you want in this format. Attacking as a 2/4 is nice. It means that your opponent doesn't get to chump block this with a Pilot or a Thopter, but it will usually play on defense. Really, it's just that Death Touch type Mount, which is really nice for things like Rise from the Wreck or other cards that care about mounts. Solid card. Like, you really want it in the Mount deck. You often want it in green-black. Blue-green, it's a good blocker. Red-green, it's bad. I don't think this is playable in red-green, so we're going to go ahead and lower that floor to a 3. But I'm happy with it everywhere else. All right, so this card not coming down on turn 5 is very bad. And it's not a... Being mono green or even mostly green is very difficult. So that does have that ceiling of a 6, but like it's not going to play there that often. Yes, Death Touch is really useful. If your creature costs 1 or 2 mana and has Death Touch, it's good in this set. There's a green common, a black common, and then a blue-green uncommon. I need to take my pup. You need 2, I'd say 2. I think I'm happy with it at 2. Like if I have 1 copy of Rise from the Wreck and 1 copy of the Fanged Summoner, then I am happy with the Tarian. So one thing that, okay, this is something about, we have finished all the green cards. So this is something about my set review system that I think gives it an edge over others. This is a feature, not a bug. This being a 3 is a good thing for us. Like, this is a 3, this is a 3, and where'd it go? And this is a 3. These cards, that doesn't mean that these cards are bad. That means these cards are the correct power level. Because if I pick a Fang Druid Summoner, I need to know that someone will pass me the Tarion. I need to know that I can count on getting the Fang Druid Summoner or the Rise from the Wreckage. Like, these are going to have bad stats on 17 lands, and good players won't want to take them on day one. But if I open, there's a few rares that affect vanilla creatures. If I open that, I need to make sure that that deck is draftable. And that doesn't happen if those cards are too good. If those cards go into every deck. Like, you have these situations where, like, this card run over, this is good in every single green deck. Every green deck wants this card. So that means that it's not a mounts card. This isn't a card you play in your mounts or vehicles deck. This is a card you play in your green deck. I can't count on runovers if I'm a mounts deck. The white vanilla was the 2-mana 3/3 artifact creature. It's really good. So the white vanilla creature, people will fight you for. Every white deck wants the first copy or two of Sundial, but the black one is safe. Green black one gets to play a Calaxion too. The blue one is the worst one, I think. The blue one and the red one are both role players. All right, we're going on to red. We'll jump right in with red. Actually, I'm going to run the ad now while I can. All right, I'll be right back. After this one, I'm going to take the pup. Be right back. Yes, the red one has a purpose, but the red one's a 2-mana 4/1, and it's got a purpose, but it's not a like, it's not good in a vacuum. Like, there are good vehicles that need something that crews them 4, and it trades up, but it does not attack well. All right, be right back. I'm back. The 08's like nothing attacks to the 08 though. That's all my tea. All right, on to red. Whew. Any questions about the other colors before I move on to red? Good tea. Yeah, I shouldn't be drinking such a tea so late at night. I'm just realizing. Yeah. Oops. All right. So red black race. So green. All of green's removal requires creatures to be in play, and it doesn't get a lot out of like types compared to other things. Like the difference between benefiting from vanilla creatures and benefiting from having a pile of mounts is pretty big, but all of the mounts payoffs are in green white or just in white. So like green's creatures do tend to be a little better, but at the cost of utility. All right, pick order for red black. You need your good cards that start your engines first, like the Thrill Seeker here, then aggression, then removal, and then your bad starts. Like the bad cards that start your engines, the artifact ones or the ones that require some extra work. You need a critical mass of starts if you're doing the start your engines thing. You can get away without doing it, but it's tough. Your red removal is stronger than your black removal, and then you need your bodies in play first before the removal. Blue, oh, we'll do this one last because we haven't talked about it yet. Red, green, exhaust. So you want your above rate creatures first, and then your ramp stuff, then your removal, and then your win conditions. You need creatures in play before, like a lot of your removal requires creatures in play. So like same as red, black, you need to have creatures first, then you kill things. And then you need to think about your mana sinks. Where are you spending your mana? It could just be exhaust abilities, and that'll work out pretty well. Or it could be a lot of things. All right, and then red, white, riot, aggro. We figured this one out. We need... You need your flexible creatures first, and then your key creatures. The things that are like really towards your plan, like the coordinator, then removal, and then vehicles or mounts. Your vehicles and mounts just happen, so you can pick them up pretty late. You need to figure out your key turn, the turn where you turn everything sideways or go for the win. You'll be able to attack well early, and then late, in the middle, you'll probably just be chipping in for some damage, looking for that key turn where you kill them all at once. And you need to really work hard to balance your vehicles. That's tough. That is correct, Don. That removes a lot of the weakness of vehicles. Normally, like, that makes vehicles play more like creatures. All right, and then red, blue, loot. So this is the new archetype. So this is a cool one. So there's pirates, and then there's things that draw a card and discard a card, which is looting, or discard a card and draw a card, which is rummaging. And then cycling also feeds these. And there's lots of cards that'll say whenever you discard a card, put a counter on it. Whenever you discard a card, deal 1 damage. You need to find your the combination cards that have more than one role first. Like there's a lot of cards that, like a lot of the cards that whenever you cycle a card or discard a card, put a +1/+1 counter, and also have cycling. Those are really valuable. The things that are removal spells with cycling, or we'll talk about the other combinations like this guy. And then you need your cheap payoffs, the things that you can get down before you start cycling. Then your removal. Red removal is really good. You still need to pick it up, but you can pick up your, like the Makos, you can pick up, those are the sharks that grow when you cycle. You can pick up before your removal. And then your loots. Lots and lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of stuff. Loots in this set, or cycles, or enables you to discard cards. It'll happen. You can pick them up last. Your digging is really easy to dig. So like it's hard to say I'm going to dig for a specific card, but if you need to dig for a removal spell, then you can cycle creatures until you get it, or vice versa. But netting cards, drawing more cards than that is difficult. So the ways you have to generate card advantage to draw more than one card, we'll talk about it more when we get to blue, are really important. And then you can choose your speed. You can either be like a grindy aggro deck. Like it's just it's a kind of an awkward archetype because you are kind of billed as an aggressive deck and you get a lot of value out of being an aggressive deck, but your creatures start out below rate. Your 2-mana 1/2 is bad until you start growing it. So you're a grindy form of aggro. Like, you are pitching the cards you need or you don't need to look for the ones that you do. And that makes for some awkward speeds. You want to know how you're beating keyword big creatures. So like red, all of the red spells deal damage, but you are going to have to occasionally deal with a 6/6 reach. So knowing how you're going to deal with that is useful. Most of that's going to come from blue, but there are a few big damage red spells. And you can go around or you can go through with the right tricks. All right, up first we have Adrenaline Jockey. This is a 3-mana 3/3. And whenever you activate an exhaust ability, it grows. I keep saying you have to do a lot of the things you want to do in a given turn pre-combat. So you play this pre-combat, and now your opponent has to decide. Like, if your opponent has a destroy target creature, you play this before you crew, and they can't kill the vehicle in response. And there's not a ton of cards that do that, but there's enough. And this is a very efficient creature. If you can use one exhaust ability, this is a 3-mana 4/4. You do have to note that the first ability is double-sided, and red has a lot of instants and combat tricks, so it's a real cost. The deal 4 is a real cost. If you deal 4 damage to yourself on their turn, it increases their speed. Like, you got to be careful with that first ability. I gave it a 5 with a floor of a 5. That's just assuming you'll have an exhauster ability or two. And then that ceiling of a 7 is if you have a bunch of exhaust abilities and aren't interested in doing things on your opponent's turn. Yeah, they've been doing it more lately, Ranger. I think it's because it makes it more interesting, but it also makes a lot of feel bads. That's why I make it a point to be like, listen, don't cast a spell on your opponent's turn when you have an Adrenaline Jockey out. Don't do it. Don't do it. Remember. All right. Up next, Burner Rocket. This is a cool card because it is a combat trick. You just treat it as a combat trick. Red-green especially really struggles to get that trample. This trample is a valuable thing. The trample is also useful. Like, white has first striking creatures, and black is starting your engines. This is really good for increasing your speed. And you just treat it mostly as a vehicle that occasionally will trade with another creature later. It's a very good card. And it's a very good combat trick. I gave it a 4 with a floor of 4. If you are like a black-red aggro deck, or you are short on creatures and need some combat tricks, then it's going to be a 5 for you. So, this is a vehicle with cycling. You only want it if you want cycling vehicles. Like, I keep saying you can only play 3 vehicles. Like, you can play 6 vehicles if 3 of them have cycling. Rimrock Knighty. Yeah, Rimrock Knight is a good comparison, but with trample. I wonder if they will, Ranger. I will have to test it. We'll test out if it's double-sided when we get the chance. Yeah, so the Ironclad is like 4 mana 6/3. Crew 3's a lot. This is a good card because 1 mana cycling is good. I'm gonna go ahead and raise the floor to a 3. But like 1 mana cycling, very strong. It's good when you need vehicles, and Pirates really doesn't want the cycling. But it's a cool card. Another bad removal spell, and I gave it a 5. You need removal in this format. 6 damage kills. I should check this. $98.29. So this kills 98.29% of all creatures in the set, plus vehicles. So 4 mana removal spell is good enough in this format. You'll need it. Red will usually want to deploy creatures for the first few turns anyway, so it's less of a cost. But yeah, it's a good removal spell. It's better than you'd think. Dracosaur Auxiliary, just strong. It's a good finisher. 6 mana 4/4 flying haste is solid. The mount text is relevant. It's a dinosaur dragon, which is fucking awesome. And if you saddle it, you get to clear a blocker for it, which is good because there's some death touch flying blockers. Like, there's usually going to be a good target for this ability, and this is one of the few saddle abilities that actually nets a card. There's the one in white that nets a card, but like, it doesn't just make this creature bigger. It is worth a whole card to put a rider on this auxiliary. I gave it a 7 with a ceiling of 7. It's usually going to be over there at a 7. You play this if you're red, unless the cost is too high, unless 6 mana is too much. But even the more aggressive red decks can still make treasures, so it's difficult for 6 mana to be too high of a cost for you. Up next, Dynamite Diver. This is a cool card. It's only good if you have things to pilot, and then it's very good. I'm gonna go ahead and drop the floor to a 3. But like, there's good things to ping with it, so I do like it, and I'll usually play it. It also guarantees you speed if you're willing to spend the card, because you get to attack this into your opponent, and if they kill it, you still ping them, and you get to go up in speed. So like, it's good in the speed decks too. All right, End Rider Catalyzer. I may end up dropping this. Like, it's hard. The thing is, 2 mana start your engines cards end up being really good in red-black. 3-1 is reasonable without being a great body, but the mana ends up being relevant. Even if you don't get up to speed for another 3 turns from now, this mana is still going to be useful to you. There's a lot of activated abilities and ways to spend extra mana. So, weirdly, it's still mana acceleration, which usually a dork that doesn't start making mana until turn 6 isn't good enough. You don't need the mana anymore, but this tapping for 2 mana is still a relevant ability. Solid card all around. I gave it a 4. Floor before is usually going to play near that floor before with just early engines and maybe making some mana later. And then it's way more likely that you trade up with it, that you trade for your opponent's 3-drop or 4-drop with it, than it actually peters out. All right. End Rider Spike Spitter. This is one of the best start your engines payoff. 4 mana 3/4 with reach, almost good enough, but a 4 mana 3/4 with reach that draws you an extra card every turn is exactly what you want your max speed to do. So red does have a lot, like the red-black speed deck just kind of happens. This is one of the few cards, like, it's worth kind of just running on its own if you don't have a lot of other start your engines cards. Like, I'll play it in most red decks, but this is weirdly a card that encourages the game to stall out and then wins you the game once it stalls out. It's a cool engines card. It's great in red-black. I'd probably splash it in black-white. Like, black-white start engines, splashing a Spike Spitter would make me happy. Or even, like, it's a little awkward. It doesn't have a lot of value in red-green, but it can. Like, you can make it have value in red-green. I gave it a 6. Floor 4 will usually play close to that ceiling of 7. The assumption is that, like, you can get 1 activation out of this, and then you're really happy. If you get 3 activations out of it, you probably won the game. Triggers, I should say, instead of activations. Ooh, so this card is so good. This is 3 mana Pyroclasm. And a lot of sets 3 mana Pyroclasm is good enough. In this set, it mostly clears Slofters and cheap creatures, but being an instant is great, and having cycling is great. Like, your sweepers never being dead cards makes them good sweepers. The build condition around Fuel the Flames is all about your creature sizes. And you can build a deck where even your 2-drops have 3 toughness most of the time. Even in white, your 1-drops can get to 3 toughness in a given turn. Because it gives +1/+2. Yeah, okay, Farquaad. We're going to go back and talk about that in a second. So Fuel the Flames, good removal. It'll usually play somewhere between. It's based on your deck construction, not your opponent's. Your opponent's deck will always have things that this kills. Your deck can't have too many things that this kills. All right, so this is a cool card because this is a draw engine. This is a multi-card draw engine, but the other cards can come from elsewhere. Like, you can start your draw engine with any start your engines card. But once you get it once you get up to max speed, this card is really good. This is one of the better payoffs. Trans Clark, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. All right. Up next, we have the Castle Blockbuster. So this is a 3 mana 3/2 that you can throw away an extra creature or vehicle to kill an artifact. You will always have a target for this in this format. You won't always have a creature that you want to throw away to this, but it's worth putting a little effort into having creatures to throw away with the Blockbuster. And like, this lets you trade a spare pilot for a powerful vehicle. Like, if you get to hit a Where are all the vehicles all of a sudden? I guess green was the wrong color to go look for vehicles. Vehicle examples. There we go. Earth Rumble is what I was looking for. Like if you get to turn your blockbusters busted themselves. Like a blockbuster is an event. Blockbuster was just a store that sold events. Yeah. So this is like not great removal. Like it can sacrifice itself. So your worst case is you can pay 3 mana to kill an artifact, which is like below rate. It's not great, but sacrificing a smaller creature to kill an artifact is good in this set. You want to be able to kill artifacts in this set. All right. Especially if you can sacrifice a treasure. So like you Gilded Goda, 2 mana 2/2 mount, relevant text being a mount, and it makes treasures. Treasures are valuable in this set. Treasures matter for affinity, they matter for splashing, they matter for ramping, and even just the existence of that rectangle can let you destroy an artifact. They're very good. This is a powerful 2-drop. It doesn't mesh with everything, but it's always going to be something that you are happy having in play. Goblin Surveyor, solid card. You don't want to start your engines on turn 3, but having Trample is nice because it lets you punch through a little better. It's just tough having a creature below rate, even at 3 mana. I gave it a 3 with a floor of a 3. If you are short on ways to start your engine or short on engine payoffs, then go ahead and run the Surveyor and it'll work. Oh, it does. Is it creature or vehicle? It is creature or vehicle. I read creature or artifact. Well, yeah, but a 2 mana 2/2 ETB make a treasure is broken. Like it has to attack to make it not a broken card. So like it's not as hard as you think. Lots of the creatures are 3/2s, case in point. But you are trying to build a deck that allows this attack. It is good with Bone Splinters. There's not a lot of, there's only 2 mounts in red at uncommon or common, and they are Gilded Goda and this dragon. But you're not wrong. Like this card plays really well, especially on the play. I've been happy with it. It makes all your removal spells better. Like the thing is, there's so many 1 mana ways to kill a thing at instant speed. So like if I play a 2 mana 2/2 Gilded Goda and then anything else, a 3 mana blockbuster, saddle it, attack, there are, where's the trick? So there's a few that we haven't seen yet, but there's like a lot of things you can do with the 1 mana that the treasure makes. And then you just end up so far ahead on curve. Like 1 mana is a valuable thing. We just Goblin Surveyor. Ooh, Grease Wrench Goblin. Here's a really strong 1-drop. It's a 1 mana 2/1. And then it exhausts into a 3/2 and rummages twice. So like the exhaust deck wants this, the pirate deck wants this, the red black start your engines deck wants this. Like red green, red black, red white, and red blue all will be pretty happy to play the goblin. Red is worst in the red white deck because they don't have that much time to exhaust it, but it's still pretty good in that deck. So I gave it a 5 floor and then a 6 average. It's usually gonna play near that ceiling of a 6. Like just pitching 2 lands in your aggro deck is so good. This card is really strong. Like, would you pay 4 mana for a 3/2 that rummaged twice? Maybe. But like it's a 1 mana 2/1 that does things late. This would have been a cool set for contraptions, but they probably can't do contraptions and start your engines together. This one's getting a revisit. So like 2 mana to start your engines and rummage is nice. I don't know that this is a necessary effect in this format. So like I don't know that you need to bother with discard a card, draw 2 cards just because there's so many replacement abilities and versions of that. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and drop this to a 3 and drop the ceiling. Like in theory, you want this to start your engine on turn 2, but the decks that want to do this aggressively want to start their engines on turn 2 with an attacking creature, and the decks that want to rummage or loot are really good at rummaging and looting already. Like they're just way better ways to do it. So We did. This is the card from War, but you need max speed instead of 1 mana. And it was very good in War of the Spark, but that's because you cared about sacrificing permanents, and that was the only version of this effect. There are like so many different ways to discard and draw cards in this set. Like, I'd rather have a boosted sloop every time. Yeah, I don't think we're going to revisit this, but I already talked myself down on it. I like this character. All right, Lightning Strike. This card is just good. Like, 2 mana to kill 70% of creatures in the format at instant speed, and you can aim it at their face. Like, you can aim it directly at their face if you really needed speed. And if you're an aggressive deck, you can use it to finish them off. Lightning Strike is best red common. I don't think it's close. It's not close. Lightning Strike is the best red common. You can splash this card in other colors. This is a good card. So Kickoff Celebration is a good card. Let's talk about this a little more. Tormenting Voice. There's almost always a 2 mana discard a card, draw 2 cards effect. That effect is never based on how good discard a card, draw 2 cards is. That's always a useful thing, but it's always a thing you can't spend too much time on. There's already a set where you can't spend too much time on discarding cards to draw cards. With 11 other ways to do it, and 12 cards that already have cycling. Right. This is a very proactive set, and the only things that care about putting things in your graveyard are in green and black already. All right. Then Lightning Strike. This is a cool one. 3 mana 1/4 is like a good blocker, but it's not a great card. This effect is really cool. You loot and rummage a lot in Pirates. So like, this is a good card in Pirates. Cycling to deal 1 damage, like, it's a good card in Pirates or any Start Your Engines deck. Cycling a card and like drawing a card and dealing 1 damage is good for the max speed decks. That's something that they're actively interested in doing. But otherwise, you really need a lot of cycling cards. I'm going to go ahead and raise the effort to high, but keep all the ratings. Because like, this card does take some work, but it's a good body. It's a good blocker. It is a little grindier than a lot of the... No, we're going to drop it to a 3. Because like, this is a really good card in blue-red and a playable card in any Start Your Engines deck. But like, red-black doesn't always have room for this at 2 or at 3. A lot. So Ranger, only one deck is interested in aggressively getting to max speed. Every other max speed deck dirtles. Every single one. Like, max speed is a stall mechanic. I hate that about it, but it's a cool, fun mechanic. Just has no speed attached. I play this in red black or red blue, but not in red white. It does boost speed. So like, this is a cool card because when you need to dirtle, you play it as a blocker, and when you don't need to dirtle, you cycle it, and the cycling effect is good. But like, there's a whole deck built around discarding cards, and it's strong. So Marauding Mako, 1 mana 1/1. Whenever you discard 1 or more cards, put that many counters on this creature. This is probably the best turn 1 play in the set, and it's still a pretty good turn 2 or turn 3 play. But if you draw it after that, just cycle it. I would not, Don. I would only, like, let's go back a bit. Like, if you're a max speed deck and I'm a max speed deck and you're on the play, I have to be the control deck now. So you need a way, you need to build in survivability. Like, being on the play in the speed mirror is a win if your opponent isn't prepared for that. Like, this is the coin flip really matters in that situation. So like, you want these cards that let you switch gears. I'm going back to a 4 on this. That was my initial reasoning. Like, you want these cards that let you switch gears, which is silly. Like, you want cards that let you be the slower deck, But it's a lot of the cards will feel like win more cards. You need the cards that do not a lot but can defend. Like, this is not a great aggressive card, but it's a great defensive card, and you need access to great defensive cards that can be offensive cards. This card is really good. This Marauding Mako, like a 1-mana 1/1 that starts growing immediately, is so difficult to deal with. And you cycle it if you don't have other cycling cards. It is part of like a dedicated discard draw deck, but that's fun and I think it'll work. The cycling mechanic helps avoid, like, the discard and draw helps you avoid the drawing cards out of order issue. Outplays Oblivion, just really good removal, kills most things, and helps enable your engines. Like, sometimes it'll be worth taking 2 damage to get your speed up, but just dealing 2 damage, dealing 5 damage now, 2 damage later is also pretty good. I gave it a 6, floor of a 5. So this is a 5 if it's just a removal spell. Every deck where this is only a removal spell with the potential for burn later, this is a 5. If this is a start your engines deck, this is a 7. You take this card over... You might take this card over Lightning Strike if this is a start your engines deck. This is a cool one, though. Pace Setter Paragon. 3-mana 2/3. Exhaust to get double strike is strong, even if it only works once, and there's lots of little combos with it, but it's not free. Like, you don't get to play this with no ways to pump it or no things that care about exhaust. If you have the things that care about exhaust, if you have there's a red-black uncommon that gives a creature with power 2 less double or unblockable and lifelink until end of turn. Like, there's lots of cool cheaty things you can do with the Paragon, but being a 3-mana 2/3 alone isn't quite enough. I like the card and I'll play it a lot, but I want to make sure I have the other pieces and I won't be picking it that high. Pedal to the Metal. So I've said over and over again, you need ways to end the game. This is a good way to end the game. There are better ways, but this one is mine. So 1 mana to give a creature first strike is a relevant stat line, but the option of paying in 6 mana to give a creature 5 extra damage is very valuable. Maybe you have a Pace Setter Paragon with double strike. Like, X damage is an applicable effect, and the fact that you can go down to 1 mana and have it still be a relevant trick makes it pretty good. It has diminishing returns in that it is a combat trick, but like, there's some cheap tramplers that I'm pretty happy to use to win the game, and maybe you're just punching through with a Thopter and using that to win the game. But like, I'll even occasionally splash this in a green deck if I'm having trouble finding ways to end the game. I like X spells, you may have realized. This card's just efficient. It's it's a 5 in the dedicated exhaust decks. Otherwise, you're pretty happy with a 2-mana 2/1 that grows later. It's just a good card. It's efficient and it does what you need it to do. Like, flexible creatures are valuable. It's okay if you have to trade it off. Haste is a relevant ability. Just solid. Push the Limit. This is another dedicated build around. This is another really cool build around, but the floor is much lower. If you are a big deck, if you're a deck full of mounts and vehicles and you get to the late game, you will win the game if this picks up 3 cards. That's not easy or free. Like, I think this is a build around. Like, imagine this Push the Limit with, if you have cycled 3 Clamorous Ironclads this game, then that's 7 mana, deal 18 damage. Like, you have enough cycling vehicles available to play this card. Like, I don't want to call this card unplayable. It's not like an overrun. You don't slot it into the top of your aggro deck. You build around it. Like, this is a true uncommon build around. I love it. Like, there's combo decks. You can draft a combo deck. You can draft a Push the Limit combo deck. And I'm very excited to try it at least once. But you can't just slot it into an existing deck. I can't think of a single existing deck that you slot it into. I'm very excited to try it anyway. Yeah, there's a lot of 1-mana cycling vehicles, and they're all huge. I think you can do it even without, like Like you can do red green cycling ramp with all of the cycling vehicles. And you need to stall early and then cycle as much as you can. I'm gonna try it at least once in the first week. I think you need 2 copies of this card, but that should be doable. No one else is gonna take them. Reckless Velocitor. The trample is relevant, but you need to already have the good large vehicles for this to be worth it. But like there are some really big creatures. It doesn't gain, like if this saddle creatures as though its power 2 greater, I'd be much happier with it. Like as is, it's a below rate creature that doesn't quite do enough for you. There's a few vehicles that get powerful effects when they punch through, but as is, it's pretty weak. I don't know about the red blue cycling pirates yet, Don. That's the one deck I couldn't get to work during early access, so it's still a little speculative for me. All right, up next, Road Rage. This card is very good. Like, red mana deal 2 is playable. I would pick a red mana deal 2 for 1 mana, really high. This usually does 4, 5, 6 damage for 1 red mana at instant speed. That's so strong. I have it the same place as Lightning Strike. They are better in different decks. You need a certain amount of mounts and vehicles, but not that many, just 2 or 3. But that's what I was thinking about when I was looking at the Goda. Like, Goda attacks, I do think I probably will need to lower that score a little bit. But, like, being able to attack, make a treasure, and then use that treasure to kill a creature before blockers is valuable. This card should not have 2+, maybe 1+. Like, it's so good. I have this tied for best red uncommon. Sky Crash, just powerful. 2 mana destroy target artifact is good in this format. With cycling means that you will always have a target. Yeah, this card's just powerful. Red has the easiest, most flexible to play cards in the set. We'll see a lot of red early on because the red cards just fit into more decks, but I don't think it's the best color. Spire Mech Cycle. So this is a 5 mana, usually going to be a 6/5. A 5 mana 6/5 haste is just really good. And importantly, like this is a vehicle that turns into a creature right away. But it's also free exhaust ability. This is the only exhaust ability in the set that I don't see all the rares that doesn't cost any mana. So that means that if I have like this Ranger's Aether Hive, and then I tap out for Spire Mech Cycle, I can still activate the exhaust ability in order to make a Thopter. This is the only one. But yeah, the stats on this, like if you have one other mount or vehicle, then this is a 5 mana 6/5 haste immediately. If you have one other creature, it's a 5 mana 5/4 immediately, and it slots right into every exhaust deck. I'll be running it in red green exhaust and splashing it in blue green exhaust. Yeah, it's really big. Like if you only have one other vehicle, it's a 6/5. If you have 3 other vehicles and you attack with an 8/7, it's going to be a 7 for you. Yes. The green girl that's repeat exhaust abilities is really good. Thunderhead Gunner, this is the one I probably have to play with. It seems like it's always going to be fine. 5 mana, 5 toughness on a reach creature is good. Being able to block is really good. And then free rummaging once a turn is also really good. But it's got diminishing returns. You don't have room for a lot of them. And 5 is a contested slot. So like think of like Iron Fist Punisher out of OTJ. It's a good 5-drop in a field of good 5-drops. But the rummage is nice. Ooh, I want the Togepi. So, Radiant, you can buy more Pokeballs, and you get money just for hanging out in the stream and chatting. 10 Ultra Ball 10. Okay. So bad at typing. All right. So last one is our vanilla creature for red. 2 mana 4/1 is not inherently good. There's lots of pings and ways to deal with this, but 4 toughness on your 2-drop is something that you can capitalize on. You can give it first strike, you can give it double strike, you can use it to crew, and it's a vanilla creature, which is useful for a lot of red-green stuff. Overall, like, it's a defensive creature. Like, this is a good card because you can block your opponent's 5 mana 5/4 with your 2-drop and trade up. But it's tough to attack with. Cool. It requires purpose. So I gave it a floor of a 3 with a ceiling of 6, and it's usually going to play somewhere between that. If you have that purpose, it's a good card. All right, so we have only blue left. I need to take my pup. I'll be back in 5 minutes. I just need to take him to use the bathroom. I'll leave this up. Yes, exactly. The puzzle you need to solve, that's really well put, Ranger. The puzzle you need to solve is how to attack with it. All right, I will be right back. I need to take my pup. Sorry. Yes. The thing is, there's not a lot of good things to crew with it. Well, that's not true. A lot of the good things to crew with it are rares. And if you have them, yes, it's very good. That's why it's the ceiling is kind of tough to get to. All right, I'll be right back. 5 minutes. See you soon. Okay, pup, you were very patient. You want to go for a walk? You asleep? He didn't freak out when I said the word walk. Ready? Let's go for a walk. Be right back. Oh, I gotta leave my headphones here. Be quick. Okay. I'm back. This is all true, Ranger. And remember, your cars can drive cars. All right, last color. Let's do this. Whew. No, wait. We did it. Wow, I am fading fast. Let's get through blue. Whew. One sec. Thanks for all your help today, Don. I really appreciate it. I know. All right. Up next, Aether Siphon. This draws a lot of cards and it's a legitimate win con, but you better know how you're making this time. It's not easy to make the time happen, and it's not easy to make the time happen as a control deck because you have to get to max speed still. But once you're at max speed, this will kill them. And there's a mill rare that's very good. That is like a millstone, but it gives you a big burst of mill at the end. This is a really cool card, but it's a build around. Like, this is mill is a viable build around strategy. You need lots of cards like Pact Doll or the draw spell that your opponent loses 2 life. Pact Doll Tear or Risky Shortcut. That's the kind of card that makes this card work. Enabling it isn't about drawing cards. Enabling it is about getting up to max speed. Very cool card. I don't remember. I talked about it though. Like I hit on it. All right. Bounce off, 1 blue mana instant. This is just good when you're drawing enough cards. Like, it puts you down a card, but unsummon is just good in this set. You are able to target your own creatures and spells with it to reset them, and you can target the opposing creatures if you are drawing enough cards. So like, it's good when you are drawing a lot of cards. It's dependent on your card advantage to be good. 2 mana 08 is a CA's card advantage. So 2 mana 08 is a wall. It blocks everything that's useful. That's, well, you have to determine if that's useful for you. If a wall that doesn't die and just sits there and blocks a creature for the rest of the game is useful to you, maybe because you're winning with Aether Siphon, then you can play the Tyrant. But otherwise, I wouldn't. You know, nothing kills this. There's not a ton of Death Touchers. And you can put counters on it. Like, you can grow this. I think this might just be good enough. I think I need to play with it. Like, I don't think it does. I think it needs growth synergies. I think you need ways to make this creature larger before it's good. Yeah. Like, it is a brick wall. That's only from the first few cards. It's just a coincidence. Diversion Unit. 2 mana, 2/1 flyer. That is an artifact creature. That is good enough on its own. And being able to turn off a non-creature spell is or an instant or sorcery spell is very useful. It just means that your opponent, like, it provides some virtual card advantage because your opponent's going to wait to cast their spells until they can pay the 3 mana or you can't pay the blue mana. But yeah, 2 mana, 2/1 artifact creature that flies is just good enough. And the extra bonus is very handy. It's the good half of Malevolent Hermit, but they're put together because Malevolent Hermit didn't fly. But Malevolent Hermit also hit non-creature spells. Flood the Engine is a good removal spell. It's blue's only real removal spell, but like turning off abilities is nice. Blue doesn't have a ton of real removal, and like a lot of color pairs don't have a ton of real removal. So like this is good in blue red. You're happy to just play it to kill a creature, especially when you have good card flow. Gear Seeker Serpent. This card is great in an artifacts deck, otherwise it's bad. You really want to be paying 4 mana or less for this. But it's a good win condition, like especially in the affinity deck. The only problem with Gear Seeker Serpent is it's not itself an artifact. So it's taking up artifact space. Oh, that's a good point, Don. That's a good point, Carl. Like, there aren't good enchantment removal for the Flood the Engine. It's pretty much just Broken Skies. So this is a very strong removal spell. Gear Seeker Serpent, good in affinity decks, not good outside of affinity decks. It's just about how many artifacts you have. Pretty much limits it to blue, black, and blue, white. Once you have a lot of artifacts, is really good. And yes, Don, this is a Kaladesh reprint. All right. Glitch Ghost Surveyor is kind of awkward. It's nice in your max speed decks. Blue, black specifically likes this, but I don't think anyone else gets to play it, so I lowered the floor to a 3. But yeah, this is a good card in blue, black. And it's kind of filler for Start Your Engines, but having flying, having evasion on your Start the Engines card is good. I like the Guidelight Optimizer. 2 mana, 2/1. This is my blue card with the biggest set rating disparity with other content creators. There's a lot of good 4 mana artifacts, and this is itself an artifact. Like, ramp creatures are good in this format. You have to build a deck where you can use this artifact mana, but ramp creatures are just worth having because it's mana that crews a vehicle, that feeds affinity, and blocks when you need to. Tyrant, thank you so much, buddy. Appreciate that. Howler's Heavy. This one's getting a revisit because this is a pretty good trick. You just have to already be ahead on board. Like if you have a 3/3 and your opponent has a 3/3, then you win this trade and draw a card. That's pretty nice. It's got discard synergy with Pirates, but I have it at a replaceable level because both aspects of this are replaceable. The combat trick is nice, and being a 4-mana 3/4 is nice, but neither are fantastic. I'm sad this card is bad. Crew 3 is just a huge cost. There's no good way to blink it. There's a lot of individual combo cards with it. So like the white card, the 4 mana that returns a vehicle from your graveyard to play, and it is a creature, that card's really good with Hull Drifters. But 5 mana to draw, like this is a 5 mana 2.5 for 1. It's great with affinity cards specifically. So this is good with green, white. And it's good with this is a very good card with green white and a very good card with blue white. Sorry, pretty weak everywhere other than blue white. So this is a good card in blue red. That back to Carl. I think this is a 5 in blue red that wants to discard cards actively. I think it's really weak in blue green because in blue green your creature's already outsized theirs. Like it's nice disabling a Death Toucher with it, which is why I am revisiting it. But ultimately, I think this is a blue-red card specifically. I think it's really good in blue-red. And, like, there might be some blue-black graveyard synergies that make it work, too. All right. Keen Buccaneer. This is the bridge between Exhaust and... that's a good point, Carl. But so this is the bridge between Exhaust and... the other thing, and Pirates, and discard. Like it loots and it exhausts. If you can get value out of both of those things, it's really good. So there's a blue card we're going to look at in a little bit that you draw a card whenever you use an exhaust ability, and it's very good in that with that card, like in tandem. But you need to get some value out of the exhaust or the discard for this to be a good card, and then it's really good. But yeah, it's usually going to be a 3, and then paired with the right uncommons, it's a 5. Like being able to the thing is, it's not, those options aren't all useful. Like you have so many extra things to do with your cards. Like exhaust is a really good thing to do in blue green. Countering spells okay, but like you can't dirtle that much in blue green. That's too much dirtling. Like even in blue red, so I had 3 copies of this card in my Pirates deck, and I found myself looting it away to stuff like a Buccaneer more often than I was cycling it. But I was pretty happy to cycle it. Like, I think it's a good card, but it's got diminishing returns, and I don't think you have room for it in a lot of decks. I think it's mostly a Pirates card. I think that's the only place where you'll consistently have room for it. All right, Memory Guardian. This card's just good. Like, if you have 2 artifacts in play, like a 4-mana 3/4 with flying, bad. 3-mana 3/4 with flying, great. 2 or 1 mana is totally feasible, especially like with how recursion tends to work. Because what you'll end up doing a lot of games is playing out some artifacts on turn 2 and 3, then playing this for 3 mana, then it dies, and in your blue-white deck, this is going to be 1 mana the first time you play it. In your blue-black deck, you let this die, and then your recursion, you get to play it for 1 mana immediately. Like, if I pay 3 mana for this vehicle, that mills me 2 cards, and then I pick this up, then on turn 4, I can play both of these spells. Affinity in blue is better than Affinity elsewhere, because you get to draw cards and play your spells in the same turn. And yes, 3/4 just eats the other flyers and survives Lightning Strike and survives Bobble. Like, this is a very efficient and strong card if you have enough artifacts. Like, the Affinity deck is going to be a function of how many bad artifacts you have to play, not how many good artifacts did you end up with. Midnight Mangler, it's okay. It's a 2-mana 3/3 with Defender. Some decks need a 2-mana 3/3 with Defender. Some decks need a critical mass of vehicles, and you're okay if some of them have Defender. And it's nice being able to attack with another creature later. Cool card, not... Like, it's that stocked researcher or wishful mermaid slot. You play it when you need the blocker, and you'll know when you need the blocker. When you need the blocker, it's a 5. But the reason that I pumped the octopus up to 8 earlier is that I was like, a lot of the blue decks do just need the blocker. Like, blue-black control just needs the blocker. And I was looking at this for that role, but then, you know, an 08 is a better blocker a lot of the time. This is one that I came back to a lot. A 4-mana 4/3 spread across 2 bodies is good. One of them is an artifact that's relevant. One of them flies, that's relevant. And like, a lot of the blue and black vehicles crew for 2 or 3. Well, they don't crew for 1, but you can crew with a Thopterus and still use the 1/1 flyer. Yes, it can, but it can only cruise it on the block though. Like, I would rather have like the blue-white sign. So that everyone else, the blue-white signpost uncommon is a 6-mana 7/6 that searches up an artifact, and if its mana value is 2 or less, you put it into play. But you would rather pick up your vanilla creature like a sundial than the 3/3 that's only a 3/3 some of the time. So like, you have better targets for it, but it is a nice fail case target for that. No, it's not never mind. It is relevant. Like, you're not going to have too many of the 2-mana 3/3 vanilla. But this is this card overperforms. It looks better. It plays better than it looks. Like, it's a lot of I mean, this is a common effect. 3-mana 2/2 make a 1/1, 3-mana 1/1 make a 2/2. Like, this is something we see a lot in Magic. The 4-mana 3/2 that makes a Thopter is just good in this format. Having 2 bodies for crewing, blocking, attacking, having your Thopter be... Like, the Thopter is especially useful for things like speed. The token has flying. That's very valuable. Best blue uncommon... It's tied. This is tied for best blue uncommon. Like, this is one of those vehicles that self-enables. Because it's a 2-mana 3/3 vehicle. You can crew it right away. It draws a card on any exhaust ability, including its own, which turns it into a 4/4. Like, if you would pay 6 mana for a 4/4 that draws a card, but it's a 6 mana spread out, that can be a creature before you pay the other 4. Exhaust is relevant. Being an artifact is relevant. Being a vehicle is relevant. Low crew cost is relevant. Like, this is just a very powerful card. If you have no other exhaust abilities, it's a 5. If you have a few other exhaust abilities, it's a 7. And it's not even once per turn. Like, if you activate multiple exhaust abilities in a turn, then you get even more. Carlos! Hey, Bravado, how you doing? Thank you so much for the raid. I'm sorry you didn't get the big explosion. I'm Scuffle. We do educational content today here. Today we are doing the full set review for all of Aetherdrift, commons and uncommons, all 5 colors. We're on blue right now. If you have any questions, please ask them, but I'm only taking I'm addressing questions between slides. And then we'll probably play a little Magic at the end. I really appreciate it, buddy. Thank you so much for the raid. How's your stream? Ooh. Wait, you were streaming a pre-release event? Was it in paper? That's cool. How do you like the set? We're almost done with the set review for commons and uncommons. We're on blue now. Oh, that's awesome. Hi, I'm Scuffle. If you have any questions, please ask. I answer them between slides. This is the only content that I do for recording. So I give every card a rating from 1 to 10 with a floor value, a ceiling value, and then the effort required to bridge the gap. That's to say thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. All right, so up next we have Roadside Blowout. It's 3 mana, bounce a creature, draw a card. There's not a ton of mana value 1 targets to hit with it, but there's a few and they're all kind of worth it. Even so, 3 mana, bounce a creature, draw a card is very good tempo. And you're interested even in resetting your own creature some of the time. Maybe you've used the exhaust ability and you just want to get some value out of it. Like, generally your bounce spells, especially stuff like the bounce off we looked over earlier, is tempo positive but card negative. You spend a card and they get to replay their card. So it plays a lot more like removal when you get to draw a card when you bounce. And hitting tokens is nice and very relevant. There's a lot of strong tokens, including elephants. Like 3/3 elephants are everywhere, and being able to bounce them and draw a card is nice. It is worth noting that it's not mana value 1 or less, it's mana value 1. So you do get to kill a token and draw a card, but it's going to cost you the 3 mana, not the 1. So I gave it a 5 with a floor of 4 and a ceiling of 6. That ceiling of 6, that's if you're hitting the token. Or if you have enough good things of your own that you wish to reset. But that floor of a 4 is where it'll play if you're just bouncing a normal creature for pure tempo. Yes, Repulse is quite good. Repulse is a good card, even at sorcery speed. This is a set where they make you play so many things at sorcery speed in the speed set. I can. All right, so we're going to do it on the next Start Your Engines card. We'll talk about speed, okay, Blood? All right, the next time we get to a speed, we will walk through speed again. All right, so Sabotage Strategist, this is a ramp specific card. So like blue-green is the best for ramping, and there's a lot of incidental lands. If you don't think you don't have to be able to activate the exhaust ability on this the turn you play it. 7 mana is a hefty exhaust cost. If you think you will ever be able to play the exhaust ability, then this is playable. It sucks a little bit when a 4-drop dies to a Grim Bauble or a Shock or a Road Rage, but chances are your opponent will have to have played those already. It's a pretty weak card in a lot of decks. I think it's very good in blue-green. Blue-green is really good at getting to 7 mana. I think this is mostly it's not necessarily only for green-blue, but it's only for ramp. And you can assemble ramp outside of green-blue. It's just easiest in green-blue. Yes, the Flying and Vigilant is relevant. So like this is going to be a 2 in a lot of decks. If you can get to 7 mana reliably, either because you're a control deck in blue-black or you're ramping a lot in blue-green, then it's going to be closer to that ceiling of a 6. If you can get a counter on it right away so that it's outside of range of some of the cheapest removal spells, it's a little bit better. Like this is a tough card to work with. I'm going to go ahead and raise the effort value on this because it's some work to get safe. But if you put in that effort, if it works for you, this is relevant text. Like shrinking all of your opponent's pilots, winning some combats is relevant text. The weakness of its toughness is to removal, not to other bodies. A really cool card, not great, but it's really good in blue-green, I think. 7 mana is not impossible or even difficult for a lot of the blue-green decks. All right, up next we have Scrounging Skyray. This card is a little awkward. It's really good. This is true. All right, so this card is a little awkward just because you want this to be a 2/3. Being below rate is a little bit disastrous in this set. But if you can just cycle 1 card, discard 1 card, then suddenly this card is very strong. I gave it a 6 with a floor of 5 and a ceiling of 7, and it's best in blue-red, but you can play it anywhere with a few cycling cards. This is a 2/3 flyer, you're happy. If you don't think you can get this to be a 2/3 flyer when you play it, you can cycle it. And yes, it is a fish pirate. It's a stingray. It's a flying stingray. Stingrays fly in this world. Very cool card. Best in blue-red, strong anywhere where you have enough cycling. Yeah, cool card. All right, up next, Sky Streak Engineer is a 2-mana 1/3. Like, this is a good card. This is a good exhaust card. The stages of the game at each portion of the where it's relevant is good. Like, a 2-mana 1/3 is a little bit below rate, but it blocks everything and it enables all of your Start Your Engines cards. And then 5 mana to exhaust is a little bit expensive, but when you need to exhaust this, a 3/5 flyer suddenly survives everything you needed to, blocks most things in the air, and is a reasonable attacker that survives a lot of the removal in the set. The exhaust ability is also worth just using in a lot of decks. It can generate a Thopter, it can draw you a card, it can put counters on things, and you can reduce the cost of that exhaust ability. 5 might be a little bit high for this just because it's kind of replaceable. Yeah, I think I like that more. 4/4/6 medium effort. But I do like the card a lot. Like, it's a 6 if you use the exhaust abilities. And it doesn't have the pilot effect, even though it's a pilot. You are allowed to complain about that. All right, Start Your Engines. Let's talk about starting your engine. So, a 2-mana 1/3 is just kind of okay for starting your engines. A flying 1/3 is a good card in this set. So, the Slick Imitator. So, how does Start Your Engines work? When you play anything with Start Your Engines, you're at 1 speed. When your opponent loses life on your turn, you go up a speed. You can never have more than 4 speed. Most things trigger or have better effects at 4 speed. And you can't increase your speed more than once in a turn. But Start Your Engines is at 1 speed. So you can deal 1 damage the turn you start your engines and get to 2 speed. The fastest you can get to 4 speed is 3 turns. The mechanic is unintuitive and has terrible flavor, but plays really well and in interesting ways. So this is a cool card. A 2-mana 1/3 on the ground is bad. Copying a spell at max speed is very good. So I have it at a floor of a 2 with a ceiling of a 6, and that's 4 is going to be right there in the middle. If you're a grindier control deck or a mid-range deck that's starting your engines early, this is a good card for you. There's a lot of things that get a little bit crazy when you copy them. Like, even just copying a Hole Drifter, copying a Strategist. I got to copy the 5-mana 5/4. So at 6 mana, I got to copy a Rising Necro Regent, which deployed 2 of them in 1 turn, which made 2 zombies in 1 turn, every turn for the rest of the game, and I won that game. Like, but the payoff, you need to be pretty good at getting to max speed. So it's a nice card because it does block on the ground pretty well. Yes, the spell has to be on the stack for you to use it. But 1 mana to copy a spell is very good because it lets you play a big spell and copy it. Cool card, a lot of work. The better the spell you have to copy, the better the card is. So medium efforts, usually gonna be somewhere in between. Hey, Blind Fox, I'm only answering questions between slides, but your timing is good because we are about to go on a mandatory ad break. Yeah. Hold up 1 sec. So yeah, sorry, I can't stop it anymore. Yeah, I like Bayonet. Ben, what's your favorite Pokemon? We did the colorless cards on Tuesday, so I'll fill that in again, or Eric's is going to fill that in the morning. This is a cool set, though. It has its problems. We did colorless and multicolored on Tuesday. So we're almost done. We only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cards left. 8 cards left. We can do it. 6.5 or 5.5 hour stream today. 48 seconds, and then we're doing the last 8 cards. Oh, thanks, Eric's. Discord is being so finicky lately. Did they update everybody's like Discord interface to make it look like it was from 2004? Or is it just me? I have a pot of it, but I'm not having more caffeine right now. I can't click on servers anymore in Discord. It just doesn't work. I have to like restart Discord every time. Oh well. All right, we're back. All right, up next, Spectral Interference. So this is a good card in this set. Counter spells are pretty good because there's a fair number of ETBs, but more importantly, you're holding up mana more often. So oftentimes you'll have these formats where counter spells aren't good enough because you are unable to not tap all your lands on your turn. And if you're a dedicated vehicles deck, this isn't going to work for you because you are usually going to be having to tap your mana pre-combat to create your vehicles and get in. But if you are any other kind of deck, you're holding up mana a lot to cycle or exhaust. And when you're holding that mana up, you get to, like, the risk of counter spells is that your opponent just doesn't play anything, or they just use an exhaust ability, or they play something on your turn, and then you've wasted your turn. But the risk is much lower in this set because you can hold up the counter spell, and then if they don't play a spell, you get to cycle something or activate an ability that generates some value. So like this is just a good set for this kind of counter spell. Oh, I won't be able to stream Magic today because I didn't move over from the early access server. All right, so yeah. Solid counter spell, 2 mana, answers a lot of things. Low risk, lower risk than usual. I gave it a floor of a 4. That's usually where like this style of 2 mana counter spell would sit. But the ceiling of a 6 is based on how many other things you have to do. Like if you have a few good Excite bikes and where are you? Where's the bike? Where's the bike? If you have a few other Rangers refuelers and cycling cards, then you're much happier to play with it. And I'll start taking it pretty high. It's good interaction in blue. Blue has a lot of trouble like permanently answering a threat, but is very good at, for instance, bouncing a creature and then countering it on the recast. And even in the late game when they have extra lands to play, they're going to be trying to double spell so often that being able to hit the second spell they cast is also a valuable thing you can do. Oh, my voice is almost gone. We're almost there. All right, Spell Pierce. Like, it is slightly more useful than usual because your opponent will likely be on some number of vehicles, but it's still going to be tough to find enough targets. Like, if you're drawing a ton of cards, which most of the card draw that is that efficient is either like blue-white, the Affinity Voyage Home, or the other rares, then you actually can play Spell Pierces. Like, if you're paying 6 mana to draw 5 cards twice in a game, being able to interact for just 1 mana, whether that's with bounce spells or countering a vehicle for 1 blue mana, is good enough. But not, it's very difficult for that to happen. I actually need to raise the difficulty on this up to high. But yeah, overall, it's solid. Tied for best blue card outside of rare is Spike Shell Harrier. So like, the speed aspect is very useful. This is the only card that affects your opponent's speed in any way, which is kind of crazy to me. Like, if it was going to be possible to affect the speed, it is really weird to put it on only one card. I need to stop complaining about the set design. But a 5 mana 4/4 that bounces something is just very strong. Like, the tempo on a 4/4 is really good. This is an artifact. That means that it applies to the 3 mana 2/4 cost reducer at common and white, and the 2 mana 2/1 that ramps into it. And yes, it is also the blue shell reference. This card is really good and a little silly. This is a Mario Kart reference. It is a blue shell. It only lowers your opponent's speed if their speed is higher than you. It is the only card in the set that reduces speed. Very silly. Really powerful and worth splashing. Like you play this in every blue deck, but you'll often splash it in other decks. Really good card. Like a 4/4, if your opponent is beating you down with 3/3s, a 4/4 that bounces a creature ends up being very valuable. Stall out, bad removal, but still removal-ish, kind of. Like, it doesn't stop the static abilities, but it does cycle. Like, if you're just punching damage through, if you're being a tempo-oriented aggressive deck, then the ability to turn off a creature for 3 turns is something you're interested in. And the cycling for a fail case is also nice. If you're stalling a lot and drawing a lot of cards, turning off a creature for 3 turns is pretty valuable. Cycling does a lot to make this card playable, if not good. Stock up. I've said a lot that you don't have time to dig, to cycle, or to play a card that doesn't affect the board. Stock up digs deep. Like, it's a lot of card advantage, and it's a 2-for-1 that you get to choose from the top 5. So there's always going to be 2 relevant cards. That's really good when you're creating time with it. It's not about what you're digging for with this card. It's about how much time you have to cast it. So if your deck is good at creating that time, maybe because you played at 0/8 on turn 2, then this card is good for you. It is better the better the cards you're digging for. Like, if you have rares that you're digging for, or if you're a specific kind of deck that has a lot of missing pieces, this is a good card for you. But it's not free. The cost of this card is time. How much time are you able to build up for it? And if you're able to do that, play it. Trade the Helm. So, love this card because the rares are really good in this set. The things that people do because they opened a busted seal pool, or because they drafted better things, are a little absurd. Being able to take your opponent's best creature when you need to is really good in this set. So this is a reprint of, well, it's a Switcheroo is swap creatures, 5 mana swap creatures, and we have seen Switcheroo printed a few times. Switcheroo is usually only good when you have extra creatures to get rid of, and extra and good cards to take. You have the good cards to take. You're going to have to give up real cards, but when your opponent, like, this will either save you because it's a threat that you can't deal with, or that's just entirely too powerful on your opponent's side of the board, or you're going to cycle it. So I'm going to use this card like a safety blanket and play it and then get rid of it. You do kind of want to be able to get rid of stuff, and you'd rather often counter the spell, but the cycling really does a lot for this card. You can play it, and when you need it, you will really need it, and when you don't need it, you cycle it. But yeah, I'm generally happy with it. Transit Mage. So let's do a quick search. So Transit Mage gets a mana value 4 or 5 artifact. So let's do type artifact. Mana value equals 4, or mana value equals 5. I held shift too hard. So these are all the targets, and there's a lot of very silly ones. Things like Curse Cloth Wrappings. Things like all the Gear Hulks. All the Gear Hulks can be fetched by a Transit Mage. The Aether Spark is in here. There's also, last night, Isaiah MTG, or 2 nights ago, Isaiah MTG used it to get a Sky Sovereign flagship, the probably best card in the set. Like, you do kind of need them, but the options are nice. It's not free. When you have good targets, it's a really good card. When you don't have good targets, it's okay. Like, being below raid is tough in this set, even with the best targets, but it also is very likely to enable your next play, which will put you ahead on turn 4 or turn 5. So, cool card based on what you're able to get, but it's worth picking kind of early. Like, we'll go ahead and raise the floor. It's worth picking up early and trying to get your 4 and 5 mana artifacts. I think I want 2 to 3 targets, but even in this set, having 2 to 3 targets, like Spikeshell Harrier is a really good target, but then you can pick up like Memory Garden. Like if you have Memory Guardian, Possess Engine, Spikeshell Harrier, that's 3 things you can get, but you're not overloading on 5 drops because this one has affinity for artifacts. Cool card, solid to play. All right, last card of the set review, Trip Up. This is a good card. Like, 4 mana, answer anything. 4 mana, instant speed, answer anything with cycling. I'll play 4 copies of this in my blue deck. I'll play 3 copies of it in my blue-black deck, and I'll splash it. This is a good card. It does kind of have diminishing returns. Like, you can't fit too many of these. This is 4 mana, answer a thing, 2 mana cycling. You can only play so many 2 mana cycling things. You can only play so many 4 mana removal spells. But this is a good card. Yes, it counters indestructible battle tricks. Being instant speed is valuable. Easily just, like, if I'm a green red deck with treasures and 2 blue sources otherwise, I can still play 3 copies of this card and cycle it. If I'm short on removal in any non-blue color pair, I can still pick up Trip Ups because the risk of the splash is so low. Very cool removal spell. Like, we've been seeing this effect push more and more, and I think it's just to show people how good it is. This is a good one. Okay, so that is going to do it for the set review. I'll end the video here. DR is diminishing returns. I'll still answer questions. If anybody has any questions about the set, we're going to just hang out here for like 10 minutes, answer questions, chat a bit. I'll cut this part from the